Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear and would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. Sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Hello and welcome to the 2020 LCS Spring Playoffs, where today the number 1 and 2 seeds are meeting up in the upper bracket. Gentlemen, I think we're in for a treat today, as I'm joined by Prawley, Mark Z, and Azael for another round of best of fives here in the LCS postseason. Gentlemen, a big matchup on the table today. What some, I think, already assume will end up being our finals matchup, but two heavy hitters on the upper side of the bracket yet to take a best of 5 loss in this series so far. Probably, are you looking forward to this one?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I was maybe the person you were alluding to earlier. I do think this is our finals preview, so I hope we get some hype in this one and we can actually make it to all 5 games.
Yeah, well, with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see where all of the teams stand, because it's not just these two remaining in the postseason picture. We do have Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses, the 1-2 seed, playing today in that best of 5 in the upper bracket. Loser will jump down to the losers bracket to play the winner of FlyQuest number 4 versus TSM number 5, taking place tomorrow. The winner of that subsequent match will then have the opportunity to re-challenge Cloud9 for the ultimate title of best team in the spring season. But, gentlemen, what a split it's been so far, and in particular, when we look at this Cloud9 team, the dominance they've displayed throughout the regular split, and then in that first series is what kind of pits them as this, final boss that we're looking at. There's this expectation that they will be there. It's about finding out which team will be the ultimate challenger to them.
I mean, they are the Goliath, right? They have only lost one game the whole split. They speed run the whole split. They speed run their first round of playoffs. They are clearly the favorite no matter who they are going up against. And I just think it's exciting to see, can EG, poke some holes in their armor? Because right now they're looking pretty invincible. And I want to see if Cloud9 can drop some games. I want to see if Cloud9, is going to find these holes that EG is going to be able to show us. Because even if EG loses, if they expose some weaknesses, then teams have a chance to prepare for them in the grand finals. You have that second potential chance if you're EG and drop down to the lower bracket. And I think, with this new playoff system, it makes it maybe more of a reasonable task to try to take them down.
Yeah, and as much as, we're saying this is probably the finals, to be fair, FlyQuest and TSM can both easily take down EG, I think. The first series between FlyQuest and EG was pretty close, and that was with substitutions going on, as well as the fact that, remember, that one loss that you talked about came from TSM earlier in the regular season, so we know the peak potential of that team. So I am excited to see if this will really be the final, regardless of what happens here today.
We talk about EG perhaps having the best opportunity to take down Cloud9. Let's go ahead and take a look at how they garnered themselves that opportunity and made it to this point in the playoffs so far.
No explosive counts to disengagement. Santorin so low on health, goes in for the dive. Can't find it just yet. The whole team is invincible, and that is such an easy turn. 2 for 0. Dunk in the backside. Nice ult for PoE, but they followed right back in the knockup, sir. There, 4 kills going to be picked up, and Wild Turtle can only sit and watch as his team is gone. The chase down's gonna look good. Bang. Finally has to hit his shield as Ignar shows.
They're going in!
Flash over the wall. Wild Turtle can't survive. Ignar, one more auto takes him down as well.
Jizuke now in trouble.
A lot of damage coming in. Arcane Shift already down. Gets dunked in the way, and that's the rest of it.
Oh, they're gonna get both.
Oh my gosh! What a play! Svenskeren turns it around and making a 2-for-1 EG. Svenskeren's gonna spot that Herald's being attacked, and Ezreal will move first. Jizuke a bit low on mana. That's a lot of crowd control. Svenskeren cannot get away, and this is top difference at work. Oh, Jizuke gonna have to cut away from Santorin. He's gonna feel fairly safe if the ult, well, doesn't even have the ulti, but Dudley in the backline is set, slams him across. There are no defenders. We're going to game 4. FlyQuest strike back in game 3. Look how absurd this laning phase is. Santorin's in though. Zeyzal had Aftershock, by the way. He's gonna be fine. First blood comes through. Omni Stone is undefeated. Push back. Goes for the knockup. Goes for the kill in Jizuke. Svenskeren against the world. Needs one more auto attack and he can't get it. But the rest of the team fight has gone pretty well. It's a 2-on-3.
Zeyzal's running past them.
Is running for the backline. Kumo's hitting Turtle. Kumo's trying to run. He's gonna flash for it. The Nexus will fall and Evil Geniuses take the series over FlyQuest.
What an ending!
A 3-1 first round series for Evil Geniuses gets them to this point. But Azael, the conversation all split long around second best team in the league was FlyQuest, was TSM, was a majority of teams other than EG themselves. So I want to talk about what leveled up in those final weeks of the regular split and in that playoff series there that now nets them the number 2 seed and the second best team in the league.
I think watching EG throughout the split was so interesting because early on they had these glaring weaknesses, right? They had these issues potentially with Jizuke, where he was being so aggressive, but he's getting caught out. He was costing games. It was, kind of over aggression, so to speak. And, throughout the split, they have been able to maintain that level of aggression, maintain, these big plays that he's going for, and eliminate a lot of the mistakes and eliminate a lot of, the catches on him that they were getting so punished for. And this team has been getting better together week in, week out. Kumo, I think, has also shored up his defenses in the top lane quite a lot. He had been getting picked on more in those earlier weeks, and Bang has been really steady the whole split through. So it's this team that wasn't getting talked about at the earlier split, but they've gotten so much better.
Yeah, they've ramped up without a doubt to deserve and earn that second spot in the postseason. On the flip side, let's talk about Cloud9, who's been firing on all cylinders all split long, and take a look at their speed run of a best of 5 to kick off the playoffs.
Vulcan starts things off, and Sven is there following up with the damage. Blabber already level 6, looking to make the tower dive come alive. The damage goes through, the health bars shrink down rapidly. Blabber having to flash away. Sven looking to get the kills. It's one down, but here comes the artillery. But now the fight has started. Remember, Stunt still no level 6. He's not able to find that Cosmic Radiance. He cannot bring in the invulnerability, and Cloud9 now mounting the assault against 100 Thieves. Niski destroys Cody's son. He sends Meteos to join him, and that is a double kill over to Cloud9. Other end of the map, but Meteos is able to finally grab a kill here for 100 Thieves on the top side. Niski looking to chase even further. Good God!
2-for-1 deal.
At the very end of the Paddle Star. Buy one, get one free. Triple kill for Niski. Throw another one in the shopping cart just because he likes the way he makes it happen. And the Cataclysm. 100 Thieves will take that summoner spell as the true shot barrage strikes Vulcan. Drake slain by 100 Thieves. Ocean Soul prevented. TP's coming in. Licorice into the middle of 4, and that is a disastrous encounter for 100 Thieves. Stunt will be the second to fall. Ryoma's clone will join him. It's a 2-for-0.
Cloud9 definitively the top dogs in the league this split. Mark, when we look at expectation for this roster, though, coming in, it was that they would be 1-2 alongside Team Liquid. But I think even with those lofty expectations and off-season moves, they've outdone the expectation tenfold even.
Yeah, this was not in anyone's predictions. We knew they would be a good team. We didn't know that they would be one of the all-time most dominant teams we've ever seen. On top of the fact that, we talked about leveling up for EG, there was no leveling up for C9. And the fact that both these teams were kind of made from the same organization in some sense, where C9 made a number of surprising roster moves, selling away to, giving up the MVP to EG, this new upstart organization, and giving them so many powerful building blocks. It's really cool to see that both these teams made the right roster decisions in the offseason and are now sitting as the 1 and 2 seeds after all that.
Oh, how sweet it must be to be in Jack's situation, looking at his own team leading the league, right? His own team is leading the league, number one, and then the core of players that left his team just this offseason are manning, helming.
Got too many
the
MVP
second place team in the
candidates. You
league.
can't hold them all.
What's
What am I
going
going to do with all
on?
these?
Wait, I can't. There's too many MVPs to hold, guys. Oh, they're spilling out of my arms. Probably. I think though, what we have to recognize within all of this is that there are a couple factors of consistency around the Cloud9 organization and how they continue to produce what seems to be top tier talent. And it was announced just this week that once again, Reaper has won himself the Coach of the Split award, so deservingly so. Probably thoughts real quick though on him picking up this award.
Yeah, I mean, he's been there for all these Cloud9 victories. They've been, second most of this time, which is still a pretty high tier to get to. And even in the 2018 Worlds, they're able to go further than any North American team before, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that very true?
So doing this well for so long is starting to become a legacy coach.
Without a doubt. As he picks up yet another split or Coach of the Split award, Azale, I want to talk about this Cloud9 team and how they continue to invest in young talent and grow that talent, and how the expectation is never necessarily the way it was for maybe TL's roster this time around. Hey, you've got 5 stars, they should work. It's always about how will Reaper find a way to unlock these players. The conversation seems to go through him.
And I think it's so impressive, right? And the entire organization has been so good at scouting, at training up, new players constantly. When you look around the league at all of these guys who are considered top players, and you think about how many of them started on Cloud9, it's pretty insane, because it has been a number of years in a row now where they're making these huge roster changes. People are kind of doubting that it can still work out like the previous one did, but here we are again.
He's produced a lot of talent, but he's still looking for that LCS title. Let's hear from the big brain himself and hand it over to Avli for an interview.
I am here with the 2020 Spring Split Coach of the Split. We have Cloud9's Coach Reaperd. Congratulations on taking the award. And I mean, it was pretty well deserved for you. You led Cloud9 17-1 through the regular season, and moving into playoffs, you're still undefeated. Now, I want to backtrack just a little bit, because this is your 4th time winning this award. And in the past, you've been praised for developing rookie talent and, putting together these new teams. But this was the split that you had a roster of seasoned players, with Blabber having a couple splits under his belt and Sven joining the roster. So tell me what it was like to coach this Cloud9 compared to previous iterations.
This Cloud9 is much easier to coach than previous one, because they are taking really serious about the feedbacks or themselves and practice. So it's much easier to me and much smoother, I guess. And in generally, they are outstanding every other players in the LCS right now. So, they are making my job easier.
Was there maybe one player in particular that you really helped develop and grow over this split, or was it really just this team effort?
I'd like to say it's a team effort, but it's not on me, but Vulcan. I personally think Vulcan has been improved a lot in this season compared to like before, even last year was.
Yeah, and I mean, Vulcan is a player that thankfully a lot of more eyes were drawn to him this split. I know he's kind of floated under the radar, but I've really enjoyed watching him develop over the split. When you put together this roster, did you think that it was going to be as successful as they were in this spring split?
Yeah, I'd like to say I was thought about it like this roster probably is successful in here, but I didn't think about like 17-1 or regular season, the rank 1, something like that. I was thought like, yeah, we could finish it at the top 3, and then probably we can contest the championship, that kind of things.
What's your secret as a coach, man? Tell us how you're doing it. Successful Cloud9 after successful Cloud9.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I do my job and they are improved. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, okay.
There's not much a secret,
Okay. Well, I mean, something that's also interesting that you've done is not only have you been coaching players, but it seems like you've also been coaching coaches. I know that Rapid Star you've helped develop, a Rainover you've helped develop. So can you tell me anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, they are my coworkers. So, if I see something went wrong or we are not the same page, I generally talk with them, like Westrise, Rainover, and Rapid Star. Doesn't really matter who it is. Just talk to them and develop our coaching process together. And then, at the end of the day, I'm the guy decide our directions about the team or about the coaching staff or players as well. So they are in generally try hard to getting same page as me. And then, that works well, I guess.
And then really fast, you want to continue that success into playoffs. Your next opponent is going to be Evil Geniuses, who look pretty good against FlyQuest in playoffs so far. They actually have a team where you have coached 3 of their players. So do you feel like going into that match, you kind of have a good read on the team?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't thinking they looked that good at the playoffs game versus who was it? Like FlyQuest? No, they looks not that good.
Oh, did
And yeah, I had a pretty good read about them, and then I'm pretty excited about play against my old former players, teammates. It's gonna be pretty good game.
Awesome. Well, wishing you and the team the best of luck moving into that game. Thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. That's it for us here. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Avli. A lot of confidence coming out of the coach of the split there, having coached 8 of the 10 players that will be on the stage today, gentlemen. But we are narrowing in towards game time, and I want to get those predictions up on the board so that the fans at home know what the analysts expect to see happen. And it's 3-0s across the board for Cloud9 here. That is the expectation out of all of these guys. With that, we're tossing over to the casters.
In
Get
a
ourselves
split
into Evil Geniuses
where
versus
nothing
Cloud9.
has really gone the way people expected it to, why would playoffs go as expected? Coming into the 2020 season, everyone still thought Team Liquid would be the best team.
And they are the best team North America has ever produced.
But they're kind of stuck, and everyone's waiting for them to be good. Meanwhile, Cloud9 is absolutely dominating.
For how powerful the ability is.
Tied for the best regular split record in LCS history.
FLICKR, he's looking to do body slam.
There was this revolving door of teams. Any of these 5 teams can make a move for second. And then there's a global health pandemic, and everything shuts down. No one really knows what's going to happen to the LCS. No one really knows what's going to happen. 2 weeks after that, the LCS can return online. Teams playing online, casters casting from their homes online, and again, no one really knows how it's going to feel. But you do know it's going to be LCS. As we roll into week 9, all the stories were there. Cloud9 had the opportunity to end Team Liquid's streak.
Vulcan and Sven are going for a back door.
By denying them playoffs.
Revenge is coming through, and Cloud9 will shut down Team Liquid.
Golden Guardians, people had them as the worst team in the league, and now they're going to playoffs after winning 3 games in a row.
That is a solo kill right there.
TSM beats C9. Everyone's wondering if they're going to emerge as the true contender.
Yerkson assassinates the backline.
We end up getting a 3-way tie for second between FlyQuest,
Nice charm of the coach is on. Power of evil.
100 Thieves,
Someday picks up the Quadra.
and EG actually ends as the second place team.
Shizuke's got a triple. Make it even more.
Cloud9 is an absolute behemoth.
Blabber goes in.
And for the first time in a long time, they go in as prohibitive favorites.
Combo there's your combo.
But if LCS has taught us anything, and if this split has taught us anything, it's that you never really know what's going to happen next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS 2020 Spring Playoffs. We've got our number 1 seed in Cloud9 facing off against the number 2 seed Evil Geniuses in the winner bracket finals. My name is David Freak Turley, joined over there by Joshua Jat Leisman.
And I'm excited for this series, mainly because I want to see if anyone can actually step up and challenge Cloud9. We know that they have had tied for the most dominant regular season split ever, and if they could actually find a way to sweep through the playoffs by 3-0ing every single opponent, I would say that would actually make them the best NA team ever in terms of a single split performance. But we know their former players are actually on the other side in Evil Geniuses right now, and that would be a whole bunch of revenge if they were able to take down Cloud9 here.
definitely be really excited to see how that one goes out. Of course, we heard from Coach the Split Reaper on Cloud9 say, look, I had a pretty good feeling on how Evil Geniuses would play. I watched them play the previous week. It went like I expected. I'm really confident here. I think I can definitely beat my old teammates here and Coach's team to victory. I mean, it's a Cloud9 championship, 6 years in the making. Their last title was back in 2014. Ever since then, it's been trials and tribulations. But yeah, 17-1 regular season. They look just the most dominant, one of the most dominant teams we've ever had. And as Champ Select starts, we get the pretty standard Senna, Aphelios banned away, Callista Optimal by Cloud9. We've known it's a flex pick for them, but they don't want Bang to get it.
Yeah, no big surprises as of yet in the ban phase. The LeBlanc ban is something I had my eyes on to take away from Jizuke. That's been banned in 70% of EG games against them. One noticeably missing ban right now is Syndra. It actually hasn't been a hugely prioritized champ by either team, but Cloud9 has actually played it twice bot, and they're just going to completely leave it up for now.
Okay, they say, hey, the most prized bot laner here is Varus. Interestingly enough, worldwide, Misfortune tends to still be a bit more prized, but as far as the matchup's concerned, they're putting Sven on Varus, one he's played a lot of before, a champ that can kind of steal away from Bang there as well. But it does mean, we talk about popular champions for these teams, Svenskaren's Gragas was huge in their win last week as well, so getting to play that again, definitely going to be a power spike for EG.
Yeah, it's, in terms of jungle champion pool, it's no surprise these two guys used to be teammates. They actually share a fairly common view on what jungle is. They're both amazing Gragases. They're both excellent Lee Sins. So unless we see some type of new stuff from Blabber, he did pull out a Nocturne jungle last week. More likely, though, is we'll probably see a Lee Sin from Blabber on Cloud9's side.
Seems the most likely. They're hovering the Pantheon. We might see that one come out as well as a highly prized jungler. Aatrox insta-locked as the answer to Ornn, and right in the bot lane, the Tom Kench comes through to complement Sven down there, and that means we're going to wait and see the jungle and mid of Cloud9 later on.
This is actually very interesting. Most of the time within the first phase of picks, you'll see the roles at least matched, but that's definitely not what we're seeing here with the Gragas already locked in and no jungler for Cloud9. And if EG... the MF is something that they're probably likely to lock in here, just so they don't get completely starved in the 80 carry pool.
Okay, it means we end up matching a little bit here on roles. They both got an 80 carry, they both got a top laner, but as you mentioned, a mismatched jungler versus support. Now, for those of you watching on ESPN, you are heading to a commercial break. We'll catch you when the game starts. For those of you watching online, of course, it's just you and us. We are together again. Woo! And that means we get to cast like we would have otherwise. There's actually no difference anyway. But we are in the second phase of bans, and we saw the hover, right? We saw that Pantheon hover. EG kind of saying, hey, we know this is your next prize jungle pickup. Pantheon banned off.
I mean, I do find it interesting how Cloud9 was more likely to prioritize top lane and bot lane than a jungle pick. The jungle pool has been very large, but Blabber is a player who, if you think about where Cloud9 has done most of their experimentation and pick ban, it hasn't been in the jungle. It's basically just been, for the most part, the Lee Sin and the Gragas show for him. But I mean, if they're still banning out solo lane potential, so it's very easy for him to fall back on Cloud9, and it seems like it was the correct choice for C9 to do what they did.
LEG gonna probably, most likely, save counter pick for Jizuke in the mid lane. An absurdly aggressive player, tops the charts in First Bloods. He absolutely demolishes early game in a PvP sense. That said, Cloud9 as a team demolish other teams in the early game. I'm very curious to see how that matchup can stack up individually. We're seeing the Echo ban come through. We've often seen that champ as a counterpick to the Syndra, a champ you had mentioned earlier on, despite not being incredibly popular for these two teams. Probably still a decent pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see where they're trying to target their bans right now, right? The Nautilus is a very common pairing with Misfortune. They had 2 opportunities to ban it away. They don't care about that. They just care that Jizuke doesn't get going. And if we think about the actual way that EG would be able to win this game is if they can somehow unlock Jizuke. So banning out as many powerful mid laners as they can, and it completely sets up the Syndra pick. It's completely telegraphed, but it's also, you have to wonder if EG can do anything about it. And
oh, I like this. The Nocturne is in there as well. And I mean, end of the day, right? It's You've got to blind pick something. Syndra is one of the safer picks that get rid of his two most common assassins in the Kiana and Echo and say, okay, show us a third. We know LeBlanc's already gone here as well, and I am curious if Jizuke does have a volatile matchup. Does he have a spicy matchup? Because keep in mind, Blabber here is on the Nocturne, which means you're not going to have a ton of early pressure against it. And where is he going to go with this one? Okay. He goes for Yasuo. There is room for early playmaking here, but also scaling.
Yeah, and the Yasuo is going to be able to play a little bit more aggressive early if he has the Gragas pressure and also has that immense kill pressure at level 6. So that is one of the best picks you can do into Syndra. It's just extremely volatile because if you do start falling behind, if you're unable to start contesting the wave, it can go downhill very quickly. And from the looks of it, this is also Jizuke's first Yasuo play of the split, so definitely getting pushed down a fair bit on his champion pool from the split.
Either way, though, Yasuo Gragas, a well-known duo, can have a lot of pressure, and Nocturne typically not that strong super early. So we'll see if that sort of mid-lane pressure, we really do think mid-lane is going to be the primary focus here for an EG win condition, at least early through mid-game, and then splitting off on the side could look very good down the line. Yasuo Gragas, again, great combo. We don't expect a ton of early pressure from Blabber on the Nocturne. Gragas probably can punish some of that early game weakness, so I really want to see what that turns into. I would love to see Jizuke really pop off, but it is going to be a difficult effort. If Cloud9's on today, if they're playing at their level, it's going to be a tough fight for EG.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what the analyst desk predicted. Everyone is predicting a sweep. It is what we've seen. C9 is 20-1 when you combine their first round of playoffs with their regular season record. But if you think about the possible ways that EG could win, which is what kind of all I've thought about for the past week, because you're trying to figure out if there's going to be drama here, and it would be if they can make it to the 15-minute mark with even gold against Cloud9. Cloud9 has had the best first 15 minutes of basically any LCS team ever, which does make me a little curious for this Nocturne pick, because for the first 6 levels, he's not really able to apply a huge amount of pressure. He's mostly just looking to farm and counter jungle. So while we'll definitely have eyes in the mid lane, I'm definitely tracking what Blabber does early on Nocturne.
Well, the teams are loading onto the Rift, so let's take a look at the starting lineups. Hello and welcome to Summoner's Rift. It's game 1 of the winner bracket final. Cloud9 went 17-1 in the regular season, tied for the best LCS record of all time. Evil Geniuses snuck in at the number 2 seed off of a tiebreaker day. A reasonably convincing win in their first round bracket, and this is a match to determine who is the first team to make it to the LCS 2020 Spring Finals. Cloud9 in blue, EG in red, best of 5 that determine who's going to make it here. As we have a pretty standard opening, the line of scrimmage as we call it, is Blabber sees FLICKR, and no one's going to get invade on.
Yeah, and additionally, this is extremely interesting just because FLICKR was on Cloud9 last year, actually won MVP, and then 3 members of that Cloud9 team moved over to EG to eventually climb to be the second best team. But here we go, Kumo and FLICKR walk in, and no one really wants to fight because total knowledge doesn't exist, and neither team had the whole squad there.
At the end of the day, no one gets any little bit of chip damage down. Sometimes that can matter a little bit. The damage can stick and make your laning phase the slightest bit easier, but in this case, no harm, no foul. Late invade comes through for Vulcan, Blabber, and Sven as they want to see if they can stop Gragas starting at blue buff. Would like to get the blue for his first camp, and yeah, C9 got to pretty much dedicate to this. If they don't turn around really soon, like they can miss some XP, and oh, this is very interesting. Gragas going to do a safe start at Wolves, but it means Blabber can go for the blue steal, and realistically, not sure EG can stop this one, keeping the attack going. You can see the Gragas not going anywhere nearby as well. No one's going to miss XP and gold, but blue will indeed be stolen here.
Yeah, no one really wanted the tango with a Tahm Kench early game or the lethal Tempo Varus, who likely would have been able to outtrade that if we ended up seeing the actual fight. I don't think it has a huge impact depending on what happens next, since whatever camp you clear first still gives you level 2, and the Gragas can also go for a fairly early recall either way. I've even seen Svenskeren, when he's playing other champions like Pantheon, actually start Wolves just by choice, but it does give early game knowledge to C9, and it limits the options that Svenskeren has in terms of early ganks, which I think is pretty crucial, knowing that the Nocturne does mostly want to wait until level 6.
And mentioning early ganks, we saw one cool thing from FLICKR as well. He put a trinket ward down above the Krug camp, and with Svenskeren obviously not being able to take blue, and his Krugs being warded, he's going to be on vision pretty early on, and they'll be able to track, okay, he's got 16 or 12 CS coming in here. We know exactly which 3 camps he did. He's now topside. Okay, this information is known. FLICKR now knows he needs to play around being ganked topside. For now, though, he knows he has time to shove this one in, and as soon as that Gragas walks to the left, he knows to play passively.
Yeah, and the real indicator of what's happening is more so what C9 lanes are doing, not necessarily that the Gragas is going to be put behind the Nocturne. Because in terms of farming pace, both junglers have taken 4 camps, but the fact that the bottom lane is able to push in, they can do this because they know Svenskeren would have pathed topside after starting blue, and it allows them more freedom to play aggressively.
You might see the first recall come through from the mid lane before too terribly long. Niski shoves in the next mid lane wave and walks down to the bottom side to help make sure that scuttle is safely controlled. Puts a trinket down as well, but the mana pool is getting a bit limited, and that can make the laning phase a bit tough. Jizuke has plenty of farm to catch. Going to go against the play, but keep in mind Blabber is nearby. Jizuke just jumps back to the minion wave and stays safe. Svenskeren nearby as well. Going to spell shield that knock up and a stun to disengage.
Gotta watch out a little bit. There's a lot of burst on Gragas. So Svenskeren was daring a flash there, but Niski knew he had barrier the whole time. Very defensive summoner spell choice on the Syndra, so Svenskeren didn't fall for the bait, and both people just kind of back away.
Now Blabber and Sven gonna fight over this Scuttle Crab. Now with a level lead, Blabber almost always wins, and does indeed. 507 knows an auto plus smite is enough to kill it off, and Svenskeren never really had an actual chance of taking that one away. So well done to Blabber there, gets that, and yes, for now he is technically up 2 camps. Some of that is, of course, waiting for more farm, as both junglers have camps respawning, waiting to get some more gold picked up. The bot gets to be so incredibly aggressive. First turret plate taken, and it heads up 2-on-2 early on.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the early prioritization from draft on Varus Tahm Kench paying off a little bit from C9 here with how strong they've been able to duo lane, and then also just the decision-making from Blabber, and I'm continually impressed with the way C9 can play these Nocturne early games, because they haven't allowed Gragas to apply any early pressure. Blabber was there, the one spot Svenskeren would want to go to, and they were able to get double Scuttle Crabs because their bottom lane and top lane were pushed, and because they got some deep wards into Krug. So just really well done early on to get Blabber to level 5 so effortlessly. And now getting that recall with Challenging Smite, he'll probably hit 6 very soon, probably around 6 minutes or 6:20, depending on how much experience he was able to grab from the lane. And then they're going to be off to the races.
Yeah, in the meantime, pretty much every single lane looks amazing. Top continually has pushed. You're getting LCR able to take essentially a greedy recall, a recall where he doesn't have to TP to get back to the lane. Gets a Cole there as well. If you're talking about greedy items, he's going to actually have extra money and lifesteal for an even funner mid game there. And we already saw bot lane was up in farm, still are, with more minions to kill, and they got that first plate. Also getting their own recall off with good timing as well, right? Extra mana and the Vamp Scepter. So kind of already across the board, Cloud9, without a single kill or major objective on the map, have a 300 to 400 gold lead. The recalls have already come through for, the first early laning phase item spikes, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, they just have to watch out a little bit about this top lane moment for LCR, because Svenskeren has his Predator up and is kind of snuck into the brush. Meanwhile, fight mid.
Ulti burn, Jizuke puts Niski at half HP, blocks the stun in the queue, but he might still get feared up, gets back towards the minions. Ultis come in, and there's just way too much damage. 6 minutes in, a level 6 Nocturne and a first blood in mid lane.
One gank works, one gank doesn't. The top lane burned Grog Assault and also LCR's Flash, but now, since Blabber won the fight, he can move into River.
And he's going to force EG to start flashing away. Zayz has to burn the flash. Flash used by Vulcan to get away from some of that as well, so it's equal to the Summoners down there, but it's still map control to Cloud9 with a pretty solid 1,500 gold.
Oh man, they just keep demolishing teams in the early game. Their average at 15 minutes is almost 3,000 gold, which is basically unheard of in pro play. Watching this fight one more time, this is one of the reasons the lane is so volatile. Jizuke hits 6 first, and he kind of needs to go in to get this wave shoved. Oftentimes, it does require the Gragas to be right there next to him. He's not. Blabber is. I think Blabber was actually kind of expecting the Gragas to be near him and at least have it be a bit of a close fight, but he wasn't, and they easily take that kill.
You mentioned defensive summoner spells from Niski with the barrier in there. Also a slightly more defensive Keystone and Phase Rush to maybe outrun the Yasuo once in a while. We often can see Electrocute, right, for the more burst damage, but that's really not his goal here. It's kiting the melee champion. Obviously makes sense for the matchup, but worth pointing out that that was a choice made in champ select based on matchup, and so far, paying dividends as far as we can tell. He's not really been hurting for damage.
Yeah, and Sven Skaren, I feel like, is going to feel pressed to make a play here. He does have ult. Jizuke has ult again. Wherever he moves next is likely where he's going to go for a play, and it's probably bot lane now that they've gotten Tahm Kench stuff out. But, I mean, look at the positioning of them. They're actually pretty safe.
Jizuke going to be in a fight 2-on-1. A lot of damage over there. The spell shield comes.
Oh my god.
Blabber! You gotta be kidding me! Gets a kill 1v2. Flash to the wall of safety. Sven Skaren's still around, though. He might. No, he can't find the way in. Wait, no, he's on a ward. This could be a kill. He's going to try to run away. The body slam is just going to kill him. There's like one picked up. Sven gets his own down to the bottom side. Zazel flashless from before, but Cloud9 still got a 2-for-1 lead.
You do not expect the Gragas Yasuo combo to be used in a 2v1 and lose. That's you just don't see that. But here you can see, because he has Warrior, because he has Challenging Spike, because he has Lethal Tempo on top of his Q, he just gets to slap the Yasuo to death before his burst ends up finishing him off. Spell Shield definitely blocked. I didn't see exactly what it blocked, but it would have been a fairly critical spell, and because that fight happened, it just gave C9 numbers advantage in the river. So sure, they trade 1-for-1 in the Nocturne versus Gragas Yasuo, but they trade up in the river and just get more pressure, and now almost a 2,000 gold lead by 9 minutes.
All right, well, he said the average is 3,000 another 6 minutes from now. Might grow actually beyond that one. Kumo is going to be sucked back in. However, with Sven Skaren nearby, FLICKR can't really go for this fight. It's a pretty alone 1-versus-1. There's not been a lot of jungle attention, and it's a pretty massive lead already to Licorice. Kumo just goes on Ornn duty. I think it's totally fine. I think it makes sense when you are against the best top laner in the league, and Kumo arguably the worst performing top laner in the league. You give him a tank, you say, hey, I'll see you in team fights, buddy. Good luck in the one-on-one. I think this matchup's kind of going par for the course based on player skill.
Yeah, I mean, I think that EG is making the correct choice to have Kumo on Ornn. He can play weak side, he can play utility, and he can still make contributions in team fights, and it's all about whether or not Sven Skaren can get himself or Jizuke going. In most Cloud9 games, they have almost complete and total control of the Rift Herald, which they're moving towards now. And EG might look to contest this. Sven Skaren has his jungle item up, and if they find the right angle, they could fight, but yeah, they don't want to have a disaster go. Here comes Sven Skaren.
And Bang's roaming up as well, so that's going to be a little bit early. That's going to be Smite claimed easily. Pull back into Vulcan. Will he be the target? Not just yet. Knocked over the top right now. Giant knockup means here comes Yasuo there as well. Ornn sounds the horn. FLICKR gets one on the board. Jizuke's running out of health. 2-for-1 so far. Double kill for the Cloud9 top laner, but Vulcan will be traded back. It's a 2-for-2. Blabber still in the wings. Looks for Bang. Will not get the fear. He has to run away. Sven Skaren pops a stopwatch. Easy knockup. Licorice with the triple. And Niski looks like he wants to chase. If he has a stun up soon, won't quite be able to set up Kumo, but still another fight going Cloud9's way. 3-1 plus the Rift Herald.
And they had the proper setup. It just goes to show you as well how difficult it is to fight in the river against darkness. Never being able to see what your teammates are exactly doing. And whenever you have a team actually win a Rift Herald fight after taking the Rift Herald, that's when the game really starts to blow open because they get to use a top lane. A little bit of, maybe impatience, Blabber wanting to get his trinket back right away, get the immediate cash in, because a lot of times you'll see a gank happen first and then the Rift Herald usage. They're unable to actually break that top turret with first Rift, but they do get the gold from the plates.
Yeah, still +1 kill, 3-2 in that fight. Nice knockback by Niski, prevents Jizuke from doing anything. I personally really don't mind the almost instant Herald. It's like, hey,
I think it's
open
fine.
lane, guarantee 2 plates. I actually just like that you can cash in instantly. You guarantee you don't get the downside of like failing to find another window later on. End of the day, you know, whatever. Yeah, maybe you find small optimizations, you know, down the line, but uncertain information can't always guarantee it's perfect. Regardless, Suki goes for the play. Oh, that could have been big, but he was slightly out of range of the flash knock-up, and it's just Summoner's Spell down. Cloud9 going to claim an easy drink.
Oh, no.
Re-engage on mid. Svenskeren tries a lot of damage. That's a flash, but Niski's still going to fall. It's a 1-for-1. That's what it could look like if the flash had landed. Still a 4v4 on the map. Double knock-up again for Licorice. Drake picked up 1-for-1.
Licorice was in exactly the right place for that play, and I think EG is actually fairly fortunate to walk out of that one with a 1-for-1. Overall, like, Gragas Yasuo is such a deadly combo that it is basically a kill every time you can just get a 2v1 because the CC is so reliable. But the fact that Jizuke missed his flash there, just a huge disappointment. But because Licorice was there and they knew Jizuke was flashless, it did give Niski a bit of a sense of confidence to move up. Still, with how many resources EG used, knowing that C9 was also just devoting resources down towards Drake, it's an Infernal Drake in hand for C9. It's a flash down for Jizuke, and it is just yet more gold onto Licorice's Aatrox.
Yeah, 4-0 on the top laner. Oh gosh, Licorice is gonna be taking over this game, and I gotta feel bad for Bang, who's been, you know, laning okay enough. Yeah, down a little bit. They lost a plate early on and whatnot, but I don't know how you exactly peel the 4-kill Aatrox, who's ahead on items, or ahead on cooldown reduction, ahead on movement speed, ahead on levels. Like, he's just gonna kill you. You're just gonna die in the background if he walks at you. MF does not have good self-healing tools, so just kind of good luck dealing with that. We'll see what it looks like the next team fight. EG are keeping it close in kills, but the game just doesn't feel very close. They're getting kills when Cloud9 are getting more, or at least an equal amount, in every single fight.
Right, and EG is in a point where they kind of have to scatter a little bit and look for unpredictable plays in order to get back in this game. The big picture thought for this team would be to be able to get Yasuo into side lanes, but for now, I mean, C9 is actually just turret diving. Not a good play.
Yeah, it's a bit aggressive by Vulcan. I'm not sure Blabber has the damage. He spell shields. Nice. Snipe by Sven. It's 1-for-1 under the turret. And yet again, Blabber can sit here and wave clear. Takes some damage from Zeyzal. Generally speaking, that pass is pretty good. And
well, this is close.
Yeah,
need the mini wave.
The turret. Nice snipe. Again comes through. I'm not sure Zeyzal wins the stopwatch. You gotta check the items, Blabber. The tab screen is there for your own purposes. It's a 2-for-1. EG win the tower dive.
Well, not only that, I mean, Sven is the one who had a full health bar and a flash up if you need someone to tank turret shots. I think Blabber knew he was dead to rights since Jizuke was already roaming down towards the river. That's potentially a really big play in this game because EG just needs to keep this gold a little bit close until they can get some items on Jizuke, because in a world where EG can potentially come back in this game, it's because Jizuke would be unmatched in a side lane against the Syndra. That point obviously hasn't happened yet because Jizuke has had a fairly poor early game. But yeah, EG needs to be able to have Jizuke command multiple people in a side lane, and they need to buy time until that happens while still being able to get picks wherever Svenskeren goes. Svenskeren does have the gold, and that Gragas Yasuo combo still might pack enough punch to take some people down, and failed dives like that do help buy some time for EG.
And you got to point out, Cloud9 haven't yet had the option of building defensive stats on Niski just yet, right? He's on barrier. He's got the stopwatch. I mean, that's not too bad. He actually bought that outright. You look at his runes, know he got that one for free. He did spend the gold to divert that way to maybe dodge a Gragas ulti or a body slam or something, but there's no arm guard, there's no bonus health outside of Doran's rings, and he's still waiting to finish Luden's Echo, so it's going to be a while till he gets something like that, and that means he will remain squishy in the side lane. It will mean that a burst combo will pretty much land true unless he does the stopwatch outplay, so, you know, you may see that come through. Of course, right now Niski's staying in mid, right? He's not in those elongated side lanes where he can be chased down, so they may just not find the opening.
Yeah, and things we really need to watch for with Ocean Drake coming up in 50 seconds is the wind wall usage from Jizuke in this team fight, whether or not it can block like a Varus ultimate or a Syndra ultimate, and also really watch how snappy the EG engage is, because if they could actually start a fight and burst someone before Vulcan can devour them for a save, that's a window with which they can win. And the final thing from C9's side that you'd want to pay attention to is whether or not FLICKR is involved in the fight, because he's actually holding the lion's share of the C9 gold, and he needs to be a big part of any team fight that they take.
All right, well, watch out for the movement around the map. We're 15, now 12 seconds till the Ocean Drake spawns. Feels like Cloud9 would like to go for that one. FLICKR has just enough time to recall and then instantly TP to be there for the fight. We'll see if he does it. Shouldn't need to go back topside with that wave pushed in. Gets his health back, picks up the full Death Stance.
Perfect.
Teleport. Here's the play right now. Kumo cannot join till the near side is over. No way out for the Nocturne, or sorry, for the Nautilus. That's a 1-0 on Azazel. Licorice zones out the rest of the squad, and just like clockwork, Cloud9 are there on time, and the Drake is easy.
And Freak, that was perfect. We talked about the things that EG would need to do to set up. They did none of those. They weren't snappy with engage. They didn't have vision control. They didn't have wind wall placement, anything. As soon as Licorice recalled, the paranoia came in. So EG might not have even seen that teleport as Licorice had completed his second core item. So now they can just walk around the map and bully and maybe even take this outer mid turret.
They've already taken 2 turrets. Third one to be here in the mid lane. Licorice looks for the dive. Can't quite find it. Zuke now has a knock-up next Q. He's going to get that one with the ulti there as well. Half health to Licorice. Gets a giant heal. Kites right back out, but has to worry about the rest of the damage coming in. 3 knockups come in. Explosive cast can't quite find the openers, though, as Blabber pops a stopwatch and walks away. A blue buff steal is the end result as Svenskeren has to run and goes down. Blabber snipes over the wall with the Q, and now the re-engage. Vulcan going to spit Niski to safety. It's going to be eventually a 5v4, though, but Vulcan is a bit alone. Set to the wolves, finally the flashes away. Blabber looks for a fear, can get that one, but again has to disengage. EG has enough backline to push back Cloud9. It will just be the 1-for-0. The re-engage won't find anything.
Oh, Svenskeren, man, what are you doing? They were all locked up from the Ornal in the bullet time, and Svenskeren just knocks him out of it with his Gragas ultimate, and then he just gets destroyed from over the wall with his flash up. So a really unfortunate series of events for Svenskeren there. It looked like C9 was funneled into a bit of a choke point where maybe EG would be able to find a fight, but they end up getting absolutely nothing out of that. Licorice cleans their jungle and shoves another wave to make himself even richer, and C9 they're running away with this game.
Yeah, they absolutely are. 5,000 gold lead, 90 minutes in, is nearly insurmountable. It's going to require a lot of hard work for Evil Geniuses to get back into this one. But this is the way that C9 went 17-1. Every single game looked like this one. They won basically all of them. Now a fight in the top side. By the way, 1v1, jungle versus mid lane, down a level or two. Doesn't matter. Blabber's too far ahead.
And right there is why the Nocturne pick can be extremely effective against EG. Jizuke can't split push when a Nocturne's on the loose once he's behind. Blabber is actually just stronger than Jizuke's Yasuo 1v1, so it's pretty hopeless for EG in those situations.
Yeah, a couple of small things you could point out is Jizuke's Phantom Dancer was still on cooldown, so missed the shield there. Maybe Exhaust would have made a difference. There's like small things you could point out and say, hey, but what about next time? I don't think next time is any better. Even with those things up, it's probably still just as lopsided. So the EG win condition is definitely running out of steam here. Yeah, you mentioned side laning, you mentioned all that. Yeah, half of Cloud9 can win that side lane fight. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, and one thing that's differentiated C9 from every other team in the LCS is also how they're able to use these leads. They don't sit on 3,000 gold leads for 10 minutes. They turn that 3,000 gold lead into yet another opportunity. So every time they get another big item power spike, they generally make a play around that power. So Sven just completed Rage Blade with Blade of the Ruin King, meaning their Baron Shred is going to be incredibly fast. So basically the next time Nocturne ultimate is up, I'm expecting them to go for a pick, and they can maybe convert that to a very fast Baron. Also note the Rift Herald is there for Blabber, so they can break maybe even an inner turret if they want to go for more, but if they want to do the quick conservative one, they just drop the Herald here and let that charge finish off that turret.
All right, well, they still got about 3 minutes left to choose when they want to put that one down. Maybe they wait till it's synced up with the Cloud Drake. Maybe they get it with just the pure pushing. Yep, there's the drop. All right, it's in the mid lane. Once again, Licorice battling Kumo on the top side. Equal level, but not equal in gold whatsoever. No chance this turret lives. It is always going to die. Will they save Shelly's health? Yes, they will, actually. Doesn't hurt himself. The turret's already dead. So mid-tier 2 is the target.
Die.
And this could well drop. Nocturne goes to the back line. Partial dive at least. Blabber gonna be spit back out to safety, but Licorice is there, and Svenskeren now has Sprinter Slash get away. Big group comes in onto Bang. It means he's gonna pop bullet time to keep the disengage. And now Cloud9 say, okay, well, we got 2 turrets mid lane, we force a couple ultis out, we take a couple of jungle camps, that's good enough for us.
Yeah, pretty good timing on that engage as well, knowing that the Rift Herald charge was going to invalidate the turret and that Blabber wouldn't be stuck behind, but good look! Oh, just Svenskeren having an off game.
Would have liked to pull back Vulcan. Now here comes the re-engage. Kumo's going to be around. Pops the ulti, finds a slow. Looks for Niski, doesn't find that knockup. Already LCKR picks up 1. Blabber's got to run away, but Bang is here and picks up 2 for himself. This fight's continuing. Still looking pretty decent, though, for Cloud9, as Bang is going to be dropped. Easy kill there. 3 versus 2 now on the map. Vulcan gonna ult forward to find some more slows. Doesn't catch the first. LCKR can't get the chains either, but Kumo might not have a way out. Actually, though, he still does. Cloud9 win the fight by +1, and they stretch the gold lead to over 6,000.
Yeah, Kumo dodged about 3 skill shots at the very end of that fight, but EG still trying to find good looks. Svenskeren is just having a really off game on this Gragas here, even with the missed Gragas ult. They still trade 2 for 3, which honestly isn't that disastrous considering the context. Considering they're down 6,000 gold to C9, that's a decent trade. They burned some crucial flashes knowing they got Sven and Niski's flash down, but overall, C9 is still going to take it because they are the ones that actually won the fight. They actually extended the gold to 7,000, and they're now 1 off of Cloudsoul.
Yeah, it's so interesting looking at that, right? Because, you know, in absolute terms, Cloud9 comes out ahead here. Plus the kill, plus the Drake. Watch that fight again. Even though Svenskeren, you know, nice attempts there, flash for flash. Cask a little off, but yeah, they still do okay.
Yeah, good spacing by C9 at the start. Niski actually, the flash forward puts him in vulnerable spot. I mean, think of all the stuff that EG actually missed this fight. They missed the Gragas ult, they missed the Ornn ult, and Jizuke is able to dive in and put in a large amount of damage after Bang flashes. So, like, better than you expect for EG, but potentially too little too late.
Yeah, it's really interesting talking about the idea, because I know you were talking around it as well, and I feel the same way, where, look, in absolute terms, Cloud9 got ahead. They got an extra kill, they got their Drake, like, that is clearly, you know, plus win percentage for them. But when you're down 7,000 and the fight was close-ish, you're like, huh, maybe we can do it next time. Yeah. Like, it almost gives you confidence, even though you fell further behind, you're like, but it was bad last time and it was close. If we play better, maybe we win even though we're still this far behind.
Yeah. Also, there is a monster in LCKR right now, 600 Aatrox.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the insurance over there for C9 with his flash and ult up. So even though EG has a chance of starting the fight by instantly killing Niski or Sven, LCKR is still going to exist. Here's another fight, though.
Here comes the double knockup. Explosive cast brings in Sven, but no Yasuo follow through. So Svenskeren's going to die, and Kumo wildly misses his second Ornn ultimate in a row. Triple knockup out of the Yasuo. He's going to try to deal with damage, but Jizuke just cannot make it happen. A double kill in for Blabber. Here comes kill number 4, and Kumo can only run away. Flashes the wall. Niski finds the slow. They'll let him get out. They don't care. Baron's more important. Cloud9, 4 for 0. Nothing like the last fight, and they will absolutely claim Baron afterwards.
That'll probably do it, Freak. This is now, after this Baron, going to be a 10,000 gold lead. That was a fight where LCKR's Aatrox found pretty clean access to EG's backline, so it was a fight where C9 didn't start it on the defensive, and yeah, they just completely steamrolled EG.
It's one of those go next moments, but watch that fight yet again. I feel bad that we've missed so many Ornn ultimates in a row. It was a decent engage as well, right? Great knockups, but no follow-up.
I mean, feel bad for Kumo, feel bad for Svenskeren. He gets completely CC locked, and yeah, that Ornn ultimate missed badly to the right, even though there was a big swath of C9 players right in the middle of the screen right there. So would have helped. Maybe you could say that would have been enough damage to kill Blabber, but it probably wouldn't have changed the ultimate outcome of the fight.
Yeah, I do want to point out that the Nocturne nearsight actually prevented Jizuke from ulting onto Svenskeren's target. He brought Sven into range, but there was no way for the Yasuo to see it. That would have been Sven probably instantly killlled. I think he probably dies before he can pop stopwatch, and maybe that fight looks a little bit different then. But it was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it makes the Ornn ultimates way harder as well to land. And this game could end in a second, so I'll hold my point. C9's probably looking to dive again if they find the right look.
All right, right now to the bottom, inhibitor turret. A lot of health bars in front. The tanks are there. Blabber has Guardian Angel just as the insurance that he doesn't get dropped down too easily. Svenskeren has to jump away. but the turret's already gone. So now open inhibitor, only 26 minutes in. Pretty standard Cloud9 stuff to take the game over this easily. Now, once again, looking at the play, no knockup for Jizuke. Only hits some minions. Licorice holding in the front line. Blabber waiting for his ulti target. They've got some wards, they've got the vision. Here comes the Ornhorn, here comes the play. They will for the knockup onto Sven, and they'll lock up on a Licorice. They're going to try, but he's so incredibly tanky. There comes the dive in the back line. They're going to put their faces together, and it's a Guardian Angel pop. Jizuke low, Bang finds one, and they might find a bit more. Blabber up to 100 HP. Will they get the double up? Yes! Bang gets that kill as well. Stopwatch now forced on Niski. It's a slight member lead for Evil Geniuses, but the health bars are high, and the damage is even higher. Cloud9 in a 3v4 for the first time, I think, all game definitively lose a team fight, but they get the inhibitor, and with 30 seconds till the Drake spawn, they'll have their team ready to fight for it.
Yeah, the Death's Dance ends up ticking out Licorice at the back of that, and that's a huge amount of shutdown gold that goes over to EG. They already have one upgraded Infinity Edge on Jizuke, and can actually upgrade Bangs as well to get a little bit of extra gold value. We thought that was one of those go next moments, but it seems like there's a little bit of life left in EG if they can contest this Cloud fight, which I'm pretty confident we're going to see a brawl.
I think they're going to have to. I don't think you want to give Cloud9 the extra movement speed from Dragon Soul, from Cloud Soul. So it's C9 stepping up. They're going to take one more recall. They've still got that Baron buff. They're going to reset yet again there on Sven. Of course, he has teleport, finishes Nashor's Tooth that goes for a bit more of an AP-focused build, more magic damage on hit. But he's ready to go as he clears up the mid wave.
All right. Well, EG's decided not to fight. They don't have Ornn or Nautilus Ultimate, so I think they're going in. I wanted to bring up an interesting thing I just thought of about Nocturne and how this pick is actually more powerful now that we're playing LCS online rather than on stage. Because what happens during Paranoia is you only get to see about 600 units in front of your screen. Now, if you're playing online or in solo queue, pings still come through. So oftentimes someone will say like, on me, and they'll ping where the Nocturne ult is. If you're on stage, what a lot of players would do is they just look at their teammate's screen, because then they can actually see what's happening. It happens a lot on stage. It's one of the reasons Nocturne isn't necessarily a pro pick. But now with these players playing remote, you can't do that. So I actually think Nocturne increases a little bit in power in these circumstances, and it's maybe one of the reasons C9 is prioritizing it again.
Yeah, from what I can tell, the vast majority of teams are playing in their individual homes, not, let's say, you know, in the team packs environment or anything. They're fully staying at home there as well. So yeah, they don't have those tools. And here we go, Cloud9, they have waited out the Baron buff. That's gone. Bottom inhibitor is dead. Cloud Soul is in. That's another nice bit of power for them. And they're sieging now to the top side. Noah's going to defend top lane tier 2. That's going to be an easy one. 7-0 by the way the turret score. EG have not gotten a single objective outside of kills all game long. No heralds, no Drake, no turrets. They have been kept on their side of the map 100% of the time. And now C9 ready to push in for the top inhibitor itself. A minute 30 or so on Baron. Decent enough time that you can play, and even if you die, you can still play for it again and you know, fight for the Baron. Jizuke, gonna be the one to get all the farm, by the way. He's the one taking the bot lane. Every time the wave pushes in, he gets the gold, he gets the XP.
I mean, because EG has such good AoE damage with the MF ultimate and a potential Gragas Yasuo combo, there's still that small percentage chance that they find exactly the right fight. It's just going to be really hard. I mean, we got a stopwatch unused on Sven. We got the stone plate on Tom Kench. We got the Zhonya's on Niski. If either of the stopwatch or Zhonya's aren't used properly and Vulcan is able to flash into range for a Devour, that's another way to save someone. And then you still do have that 6-kill Aatrox who can just unleash in the backline. The positive for EG, though, is if Jizuke does get going in a team fight, he's got his items now. And Yasuo's DPS is just absolutely absurd this late in the game if he's actually able to have access and be able to auto-attack and Qs. So very small chance that EG, as we've been saying for about the past 15 minutes, is still...
Right. Yep, there is always that slim chance. If you play it perfectly, there's always the option to win. Just Cloud9 are so heavily favored down here that smart play ends the game. They're going to wait, actually, for the Baron buff. You saw a quick ult out of Vulcan, try to find a catch there towards Jizuke or towards Svenskeren. Couldn't quite find that one, but that's okay. No harm, no foul. Not a hugely important, at least not hugely impactful ultimate mid-team fight. Now Baron is alive. Sven going to clear the mid lane without any issues. And once again, going to try to bait EG into them with better positioning. You can see, look at the fog of war. Look how little Evil Geniuses know about. They know top's pushed in. They know they're clearing mid. Then at some point, Baron's being hit, but can you look?
Yeah. They're not even thinking about it at this point. I think EG is kind of accepted that they're not going to take fights in the jungle because of paranoia. So their strategy right now is, let's just get as much random gold on a Jizuke so that when C9 tries to push our base, where it's a little bit more of a controlled environment, we can go for it. I wonder actually if C9 is just going to go for Elder, or if they're actually willing... Like, I feel like they should be willing with this Baron buff and this gold lead to just go straight up in the middle. But that is kind of what EG is playing for. They're just waiting for them to enter. Because if you wait for Elder Dragon, then C9 may be even stronger yet.
Yeah, it's weird because the absolute gold difference has flatlined at 9,000. And 9,000 means a lot at 27 minutes. It means a lot less at 37 minutes. When it's just, relatively a smaller percentage of the gold difference. Like you're mentioning, you're already at 3-item Yasuo. We're at 3-item Misfortune. She's not too far away from Mortal Reminder, which would be another huge power spike. I don't think you really want to wait for those things to come through.
Yeah.
I personally would like to see C9 play a bit more aggressively. And then the last 20 seconds of Baron buff, claim the Elder Dragon with map control. But I want to see the inhibitor taken down.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the items for C9, they're ready to go. The double Zonias, the double GA, and the Tahm Kench, there is no easy target for EG to actually kill. So they're going to move this wave up to the inhibitor. They might even do a little bit of a split push, and then I think they're going to go. Well,
and we got most of the squad down here in the bottom lane, and the Nocturne in mid. Blabber can always ult to join, so putting the members in the correct places. It is going to be a bit of a split push. Still over a minute and a half, or about a minute and a half left on the Baron buff. And an open inhibitor down here. Vulcan playing defense for Sven. If he gets attacked, just pull him back out to safety. Still waiting on the side is Jizuke. Svenskeren also looking for it. They're going to fight over ward control to make sure they can't easily access backline. Kumo takes a bit of poke. He's still tanky.
And if EG ever commit too hard on a Blabber, Blabber just presses R and re-engages kind of back towards his side of C9 because he can dash to whatever target he wants. So slow split push, and here comes the ult. Expect Nocturne.
Trade of ultimates, looking for the plays in the front line. A lot of low health bars there. Zazel at half HP. Nocturne comes in, gets pushed right back out though, and chunked low, but spell shields away the brunt of the damage. And that's the engage stifled. That's EG now missing 2 of their major ultimates, and that should mean Niski feels fairly safe to now push in for the inhibitor itself. FLICKR now moves to the mid lane to knock that one down, no problem. Niski safe to keep autoing this. One more will kill the inhibitor. Has to respect Zazel going for the flash, trades his own flash for it. Gonna stay alive. Blabber once again wants in, can't find Kumo, but FLICKR certainly can. Forcing the escape yet again. That's gonna be an easy inhibitor picked up, and Jizuke has to put up the wall to not die, but it's still gonna be the first inhibitor dropped. The second time around, middle inhibitor gonna drop down as well, and top is being pushed in. They're ready to go for more, but looks like the Nexus turrets might be a bit juicier. Recalls come in yet again. They got the health bars back. Bang still feels a bit comfortable and has the ultimate
gonna
now.
fight.
Is about out of mana. He can't easily bullet time and cast more than one spell. This could be a bit dangerous. Look at the chunk down. Svenskeren for his stopwatch. Nocturne pops ulti yet again. Here comes the re-engage. Bullet time over the top. Doesn't get a whole lot. Only Vulcan. There's one for 0. Guardian Angel pop, but they're going to chase down at a bang. Flashes away, stays alive. Looks back to FLICKR, who finds a knockup on a Kumo. Jizuke's the backline. 1 versus 3. Can't find it as Ben pops the stopwatch, but finds a knockup and runs away. Bang is still safely firing in the backside. Looking for the kill onto Niski. Can't get it though. So the 2 kills picked up. Zazel gonna fall as well, and Jizuke is against the world. Cloud9 don't lose a single member, and
Get him, man.
gonna do it all by himself. Gets a 3-man knockup, clears the wave. Doesn't matter. The Nexus turrets are under fire, and EG at least made him work for it. But Cloud9 gonna take game 1 of the best of 5. Quick parlay days to the end. Cloud9 take game 1.
When you look at the scoreboard at the end of it, 24 kills to 10, it doesn't look close. EG did make it a little bit competitive in the end, but that's mostly what we were expecting to see in terms of C9 dominance. That last fight, you could just see all of the anti-death tools they had accrued and how frustrating it was for Jizuke to try and find a target. Knocks down 1 health bar. Nope, Guardian Angel's going to revive him. Gets close to another. Oh, Tahm Kench devours him. He comes out. Oh, by the way, he's got his Zonias because he's AP Varus. Just C9, they didn't rush it, but they were playing pretty well.
Yeah, overall played well. Credit to EG for the close fights they did have. It does give you some hope for an EG fan that they can pull this series a bit farther along, but it is a 1-0 looking most of the way people expected it to start. That does it for us here for game 1, but after a quick break, the State Farm Analyst Desk will break down how that game went. Don't go anywhere.
It's time for Assist of the Day, brought to you by State Farm. This assist is from our first 2020 LCS Spring Playoff match and set the pace of the series. It was only a handful of minutes before Cloud9's Blabber started to become 100 Thieves' worst nightmare. Hitting 6 just around the 6-minute mark, Blabber initiated bot lane and Cloud9 dove mercilessly under 100 Thieves' turret.
Brightness is increasing. There it is. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Cars like this don't come around often. The redesigned Type R, the most powerful Civic ever, from Honda.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS postseason, where Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses are currently locked in battle for a best of 5 to move on to that finals match and a shot at hoisting the LCS trophy. Cloud9, though, gentlemen, just took game 1. As expected, I would have to say, with all three of you predicting the 3-0 in their favor today. But how do we feel about the overall challenge that Evil Geniuses made here against Cloud9 in game 1? Probably, when we look at game time specifically, this was one of Cloud9's slower postseason victories.
Yeah, I think they're slacking off.
Yeah.
They're complacent, and I'm not really impressed with them anymore.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it was still a really great game. I was expecting it to be faster. I think EG put up a pretty decent fight, even though some of their plays were just like flubbed on execution. Like the Yasuo Gragas kind of combination, like that kind of like high execution play that will kind of keep a game volatile. I was pretty surprised to see.
Now, there was a lot of action around the mid lane in this game, and Mark, I want to actually return to a conversation that we were having coming into the day around the mid lane matchup and the expectation for both of these guys, specifically Niski, Jizuke, coming into this matchup.
Definitely. I mean, just looking at KDA, you're like, oh my god, Niski's so much better. But you need to realize C9 has had a ton of just insanely inflated KDAs because they never lose games. But Jizuke has actually been kind of the workhorse engine for a lot of EG's early game. And what's interesting is he actually has a low jungle proximity difference. What this means is that the enemy jungler spends more time mid than his own jungler does. And so he does get a lot of leads, he does get a lot of resources, but it's often coming from infrequent at the correct time visits while the enemy jungler camps it, like we saw Santorin do in his previous matchup in quarterfinals. This time around with the Gragas Yasuo, you need to camp mid lane, and I think you can see they were not really able to execute on that better than Blabber and Niski, who are the best mid jungle duo in the entire league.
Right, Azale, we flip-flop here to this graphic where we see the stats from game 1 on this mid lane matchup. Of course, that jungle proximity difference there, the stat that Mark was keying into, is on display here. Niski got more help.
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising when you think of, Niski having that Nocturne, which is more this kind of scaling jungler who isn't traditionally going to be spending a lot of time around his lanes in the early levels, but he still has the positive jungle proximity difference there because he knew he had to defend this Syndra. He had to keep Niski in the game and not allow Jizuke to get ahead, because that is, kind of the central piece of Evil Genius's composition. But I've got to say, I think Jizuke played really well in that laning phase overall. You can see how high his forward percentage was. He was being very aggressive. He looked comfortable on the pick. But so much of this game to me just came down to who had the better laners, right? We were, 4.5 minutes into the game, and Cloud9 were 1,000 gold up just off of CS. So despite the fact that EG never backed down, that they kept going at their opponent, that they, had their chances in some of these fights if they executed a little bit better, when you're always fighting from an advantage as Cloud9 is, you just win out on those close fights because you have more gold, plain and simple.
Yeah. And Azale, it's funny because you look at that gold graph, and at that 10-ish minute mark, those early game minute marks that you're talking about, the gold difference doesn't look that large, but that's because by the end of the game, they were up 13.5K. And so it looks like a tiny amount there on that gold graph. But for those of you on ESPN, you're about to head to a quick commercial break. On the other side, you'll be joining us as we head into game 2. And then for those of you on Twitch and YouTube, stick around because we're going to keep breaking down that first game of the series. And gentlemen, when we talk about that first game of the series, outside of the mid lane, I think it is important to bring in both Blabber and Svenskeren into the conversation. Yes, we talk about the attention that they played to the mid lane, but let's talk about the way they affected the map as a whole. Blabber on that Nocturne, able to escape maybe some of the most, the scariest portions of the game, that early game, without any punishment, and then just rolls through at the quick level 6 and starts racking up the kills.
I mean, no one else is playing Nocturne, and he always manages to make it work. And you see how good it can be when it gets ahead, and how scared lanes have to play, even though they didn't execute that bot dive quite correctly. Like, you saw how much pressure that's putting on the whole rest of the map. And Blabber is so good about finding extra farm, picking it up from mid wave, so that he's actually hitting 6 at the same time, or even a little bit earlier than his own mid laner. Like, he's so good about that. The team sets him up well, and then he makes sure to follow through with his own big performance. But you saw that entire, damage graph for each player was pretty much 15,000 and up. Everyone on C9 is always contributing big damage numbers.
Let's talk about game 2 then real quickly, and maybe possible avenues for Evil Geniuses to come away with a victory, especially in light of maybe some of the things they exposed in game 1. Probably thoughts on where they can attack on the map. What worked in game 1 that they can continue? What didn't? What should they change?
Well, I thought their draft idea was really good. Taking Gragas early I think is smart, and Ornn as well, because I think all 3 games today, we're going to see Licorice with a gold lead. So putting your top laner on someone like Ornn, who can absorb the pressure and still be very relevant, I think is important. And then the Gragas takeaway, I think, is also very important because I think Svenskeren and Blabber is probably best champion. But this game, I think what we saw a bit was, even though Svenskeren was playing Gragas and he usually has a really big impact, all 3 lanes were at a deficit except for mid lane. But that's when the Yasuo pick came in. I was kind of excited because you saw his forward percentage was 38%, I think. So take the mid laner and take the jungler and go move together, I think is really important. But again, we saw Jizuke and Svenskeren don't have that much synergy together in the early game. So I hope they get slightly off that strategy of let's do I guess Yasuo focus mid lane and get their bot lane out of laning phase. Because I think they need to get Zeyzal and FLICKR to group up and make plays around the map instead of just trying to have a combo to beat the mid jungle like straight up.
Azale?
It was kind of interesting because it basically felt like EG tried to do what Cloud9 does, right? And they just, tried to go for the mid jungle 2v2. They were not playing kind of the scaling side lane 1-3-1 style team. They're drafting Orin, Nautilus, Gragas, all for this Yasuo for the team fight. He's not building the Blade of the Rune King to split push. He's building the Infinity Edge and the PD, going for that team fight wombo combo. And then you are doing against Cloud9 what they have done all year and what they do better than anyone else in the league. So I will say I was a little bit disappointed in that choice because I think EG is a unique team in their own right and that Jizuke has done the side lane type picks better than anyone else. So I would like to see them continue to go for that. Find more split pushers for Jizuke, try to get them out to those side lanes, try to get them in their wheelhouse, playing the way that they play instead of trying to emulate Cloud9, because I don't think you're going to beat Jizuke, if you're Jizuke and FLICKR, you're not going to beat Blabber and Niski at their own game.
Mark?
The only thing I'd want to throw in there too is the bot lane. I was surprised at how bad they were kind of losing already. I know Tom Kench and Varus is one of the strongest lanes you can take in the bot lane, but I would like to see a little bit more powerful of a matchup, just so that they're not pushed in under their turret like they were for a large portion of that early game, as well as they did catch up a little bit off recalls and stuff like that, but they were down around 15-20 CS at different points of the laning phase, depending on when you stopped and looked at it. So Bang is such a critical part. I still think he played some team fights all right. It's kind of hard when there's a 4-0 Aatrox flying at your face, but I would like to see him set up a little bit earlier on.
So yeah, I was gonna say, but you still don't expect the bot lane to be a winning lane for Evil Geniuses. Is that
no?
Am I reading
I'm not
that
saying.
correctly?
Yeah, they don't need to play around it. I'm not saying camp for it, but just make sure you're even. You're staying even with FLICKR, and then you're not at a pressure deficit, so that they can come down and make plays. Because if you are down pressure, C9 will punish, and they messed them up this time, which is a big thing to note. That they did not blow the bot lane open like they wanted to with the Nocturne and stuff, but they tried, and you have to expect that C9 will be better about it in the future. So you need to step up as well.
I think the striking thing to me about the conversation we're having right now is it feels like both teams have a fair amount of flexibility across a number of roles, but that the major difference here in the conversation seems to be the top lane, actually, where Licorice, it feels like, has the ability to play kind of anything across the spectrum of top lane champions, but it feels like we think Kumo needs to rest within a specific set of champions in order to be successful, and that might actually make or break this series.
I mean, of course, you have the best top laner in the league versus, let's be honest, one of the bottom couple top laners in the league. This is a massive mismatch as far as player skills. So yes, Licorice is more flexible, but he's also just a better player. So you expect him to win out in any skill match. You expect him to dominate if he gets counterpick. And as a result, as Kumo, you're going to try to play something that can take a bit of a beating and still have relevance later on. That's going to be things, like the Ornn, like a Set maybe, champions that are tough to really bully out and abuse. But it does give, C9 so much more flexibility. And I think that kind of thing also affects the bottom lane matchup that Mark is talking about. When you want to have a winning 2v2, or at least a 2v2 that can't get bullied on the top side, but you have to worry about having a winning mid jungle 2v2, because if you lose that, they're just going to roam down and crush you. You have to worry about your top laner getting counterpicked and slammed, because guess what? If Licorice slams there, they're going to move those advantages around the map. And that's what makes Cloud9 so damn hard to fight, because they win every lane and every player is expected to win every lane.
We all
They're more flexible than you.
Well, we knew it was going to be a tough one for Evil Geniuses if they were going to come away with 3 wins on the day. Let's see if they can get one in Game 2. They've shown us some makings of a team that can take down Cloud9. After this short break, we do return for the series and Game 2 between Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS playoffs for Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses, the number 1 and 2 seeds facing off in the winner bracket final. Whoever wins the best of 5 is going to the LCS 2020 Spring Finals, and Cloud9, the number 1 seed, more or less took care of business, slightly slower than normal, but as dominant as their other games have been.
Yeah, I think the fact that they were 17-1 in the regular season and 3-0 to their first set in playoffs was an indicator of what was going to happen against EG, and there were no surprises. The one thing that surprised me was actually the poor play of Svenskar in that game, the defending MVP, also the former jungler of Cloud9, who has been replaced by Blabber now. He needs to step up in order for EG to have a stronger chance in this series.
Well, we'll see if it can happen. Certainly has been a strong performer, even throughout playoffs, had first blood in half games, and, has been good, but obviously C9 a league above, but we'll see if EG can step up. We go into the next phase of bans here, and it is EG getting rid of Gragas. They're kind of afraid of that red side jungle pickup there. Syndra off early, Varus off early, and with the Aphelios ban coming through, it means EG get to grab Kalista for a lot of priority down to the bot lane, because I don't think Kumo's playing it.
Yeah, so the way the side selection works in playoffs, for those of you who don't know, is C9 gets side selection in the first game, and then side selection in future games is determined by whoever lost the last one. So EG had side selection and they got to choose blue, and already we see a vastly different draft, mainly because the bans changed so much. Kalista was banned, LeBlanc was banned, and Olaf were all banned in game 1. Those are all available champions for this one. The Kalista very early on was picked. And I'm not sure if we're going to see an early rotation LeBlanc, knowing that it's been banned in 70% of games against EG.
Well, they get one last chance to grab it before the second phase of bans. Cloud9 knowing they get counterpick on it if they want, without any other mid laners dropped off the table. Aatrox vs. Ornn will be the matchup, just reversed around. It's Kumo's time to play Aatrox. Last time, LCS went plus 20 CS without jungle intervention. So that's the bar we're going to measure Kumo to, and we're pretty sure he's not going to hit it. Last chance for EG to grab a champion. They know they can grab Pantheon for jungle. They're going to indeed do that, and we now get to see what Cloud9 answer. They know top lane's been answered, bot lane's been answered, though we haven't seen Ezreal mid. Tahm Kench just goes into support as the Pantheon gets locked in. So with that locked in, we know the C9 bot lane, we know their top side, they're going to flex their mid and jungle for later. Now, for those of you watching on ESPN, you're heading to a quick commercial break. YouTube and Twitch, stick around.
And I also think with the picks locked in by C9 so far, that's a very passive first 3 picks from Cloud9 and definitely gives EG some opportunity to play aggressive very early on. I like the Taric ban because the Kalista Taric is the most common lane. The other lethal lane I see with Kalista is Kalista Set, so neither of those are going to be available for EG. When I was kind of charting how maybe EG would be able to beat C9, it would be if they can get through the early game with even gold, maybe the shot calling experience of Svenskar and Zeyzal, as well as the split push of Jizuke, would be able to find them victory. What's happening in this draft is they're just picking early game champions. So it's more likely to actually get them to that stage with even gold, but then they're really going to have to turn it on afterwards because their picks are going to start falling off as the game gets later.
Yeah, unless you can find some way to just like sit the front lines together and have no one hit backline. Yeah, Kalista in the ideal situation gets to throw autos forever and probably out DPS Ezreal. That's not realistic in any given case. So yeah, tend to agree. The scale looks pretty good on the Cloud9 side. Ornn, obviously everyone knows how good that can be, but hey, maybe Kumo pops off and, Niski doesn't get to play League of Legends in every single team fight, and then it looks different around. We'll see, though, as time ticks down. Yep, the LeBlanc banned away, as we mentioned. The Taric that we so often see with the Kalista. And it's interesting with the EG getting rid of the teamfight mage and the Cassiopeia. It's trying to get rid of some of the other scaling options to Cloud9, or at least some of the counter picks to someone like Ryze.
Yeah, I mean, with Ornn, Ezreal, Tahm locked in, it's like all of Cloud9's aggression needs to come from this jungle mid combo. If they do Nocturne again, I mean, Blabber has challenged my assumptions of Nocturne not being an effective early game pick because he's been able to farm at a fast pace and effectively counter jungle very well and always hit 6 first, so that's what they're going for here. But, I mean, I'm just thinking, like, if EG does something like Pantheon Taliyah with mid jungle, that seems like a pretty devastating 2v2 for almost anything Niski plays mid here, except the Zoe. I'm talking a lot here. Niski's just going to play Zoe, right? He's played it 8 times, 7-1 on it, but is totally dominant in the first playoff series.
They're moving Pantheon to mid. With that Trundle lock in, unless you're playing Pantheon support, which, I mean, I guess you could see, but I don't think is likely.
They could do Trundle support even.
Okay, you know, that's fair as well, I suppose. I think Trundle would actually be reasonable into Tahm Kench, and that's actually what it is, because I thought Ryze was coming through with the Cassiopeia ban for sure, and it is Ryze coming to the mid lane. So, yeah, I think you're more right that it's Trundle support as their answer to Tahm Kench. Siphon the stats off Ornn, have a front line, you know, pillar disengage the aggressive tools. They are getting the Ryze. Jizuke is very good on the champion, and it means that you've got an answer, that champ, with the Cassiopeia ban.
Either way, whether it's going to be the Pantheon or the Trundle bottom lane, it's going to be interesting, and that'll dictate where they're going to be playing through. Pantheon support against Tahm Kench feels like not worth trying, so yeah, Trundle would be more likely. And let's see if they can get some kills in. The spell shield is going to be really crucial for Blabber against Pantheon in some of these early trades, because if you actually spell shield the Pantheon W, there's a it would stop the stun, but then Pantheon's still going to be able to E through a lot of your lethal tempo damage. So that's a skill matchup in terms of how Nocturne can get behind and how much of the lethal tempo timing can Svenskeren block off. I'm excited to see it.
It's going to be really exciting, absolutely, as we're getting ourselves into Game 2 shortly. We've got an all-new draft, and it's a lot of early game pressure, with one nice little piece, which is, I think, the Ryze scales pretty well. I think Jizuke can try to carry the late-game team fights, and they've got Trundle in support to siphon off of the tank stats. There's a little bit of extra texture in those last 2 picks that makes me a little more optimistic about the EG late game. But yeah, their early game is wicked strong. You've got a Callista in there for early laning phase. At 6, you can throw the Trundle in, which is, I would argue, one of his sort of weaknesses as a frontliner is he just kind of has to walk at you, and that's not often very elegant. This time around, though, it's going to look a lot nicer. So, into Game 2 we go on Summoner's Rift. Evil Geniuses are, you know, slowly running out of chances to turn this series around. Cloud9, a 1-0 start in the best of 5.
And I'll also say that Zeyzal has been putting in more time than most on some of the more unconventional support picks, just because they were earlier on the low CS Senna kind of tank for support playstyle, so they're actually able to get it in some of their drafts before it became permaban. So Callista is somewhat similar to, say, Senna in that it can unlock different support picks to work. The early laning phase, like Trundle versus Tahm Kench, Trundle's an okay stat checker, so I don't necessarily think that that's immediately going to get pushed in. And then at level 6+, the Trundle can get really tanky by ulting Ornn or the Tahm Kench, so that pick might be very good. And then the other bit of texture, thinking about how the draft played out, is Zoe is Niski's most played by far. EG's coaches know this, but they decided to ban Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is, generally speaking, a better lane matchup into Ryze than most, so I'm thinking that EG actually wanted this Ryze into Zoe matchup, and it's going to be a little bit of a skill check whether or not Jizuke or Niski can win it.
All right, well, we go to the early jungle pathing, and though there is an offensive trinket ward from FLICKR sitting around near the red buff, it's going to be a quick invade to get Svenskeren to do a lot of what happened to him in the previous game, where Blabber invaded very early on, trying to take away a camp. Svenskeren is going to take away these Raptors without much issue, and based on the positioning of these wards, won't even be seen taking the red buff initially, especially if he never goes into the brush. And some of this, okay, now he's spotted, but some of this often is researching your opponents. What are their habits? Where do their wards go? How do they defend their side of the jungle? I actually would have liked to see Sven find a way to clear that camp without ever going upwards and never showing on that ward.
Yeah, I think, though, he doesn't necessarily know if it's warded and is hoping to make sure he's getting away from Nocturne, because Nocturne could be doing a blue straight to red path or blue Grom straight to red, and he wants to be able to sure that smite still doesn't happen, just like as a little bit of security. But because he stepped on that ward, it's just going to be totally fine for Blabber. Like, he's a faster jungle clearer than Svenskeren, and Licorice might actually find himself a tasty treat here in the jungle.
He's going to find someone to attack. Not sure he's going to get to steal much of this, but he is going to try to spend the time to force Svenskeren off the wave. Now, this should potentially mean Licorice lose a little bit of farm, and Zoe, flash for the bubble. Nice flash for Svenskeren to get away. Should not be an easy follow-through. Does have a Spell Thief flash, but that's not crowd control. Kumo gets to make him, you know, hide back. But I do want to point out that because the wave was pushing away from LCKR, his minions were denying basically minion XP. LCKR is definitively down in experience because he went to stop the Krugs.
Yeah, but also Svenskeren is definitively down in experience. He's at 3 camps to 5 from Blabber right now. And Blabber can easily take the Scuttle Crab in the bottom river to keep roughly a 2-camp advantage. So again, Blabber with an early farm advantage on the Nocturne, but it's whether or not Svenskeren can make something work. He's now flashless ganking a Zoe.
Jizuke, yeah. But it's a flashless Zoe, right? And Jizuke, theoretically, if he had cooldowns, could have gone for the flash-powered Rune Prison, and then, you know, maybe the Pantheon follow-up is there. That's obviously a very aggressive line of play, and Blabber was nearby. Okay, the camp's back up. Svenskeren does not have a way out. He does not have a way out. He's gonna be sphered. He's gonna put up the shield. He's gonna stay alive, but there is all the damage in 2 games in a row. Niski and Blabber combined for first blood.
Big mistake. Really big mistake from Svenskeren, trying to deny the Nocturne a level 6 path when his entire blue side is up. Svenskeren can easily just farm safely as a flashless Pantheon who will lose in these 2v2s against the Nocturne Zoe at this point because he's underleveled. So just a really big early game from mistake there by Svenskeren, kind of supercharging Blabber and Niski in the late game. They just walk up, they see him. He doesn't have health. Jizuke has no mana, so there's no way he's going to actually be able to support him, and it's an easy first blood for Niski.
Yeah, oftentimes you can go for an invade if your mid has priority. In this case, it did not. LCKR and Kumo to 1v1 with a very large minion wave hitting Kumo. He's going to stab the cannon minion, get a bunch of health back, then kite back as the minion's going to drop aggro on all sides. Now LCKR temporarily actually has the level lead. He's 5 first. Svenskeren coming to the backhand side. Kumo double knockup. Going to look for number 3. Nice flash. Oh, LCKR takes him down. Svenskeren can certainly try to damage his old teammate, but it's not gonna be enough. LCKR says this is why you're on the Academy team.
And LCKR has been stepping up throughout this playoff. He destroyed Someday in the first round series, and now Aatrox versus Ornn smashed as the Aatrox. Ornn versus Aatrox gets a solo kill while Svenskeren is there trying to gank him, and that's after he gave up early experience to push Svenskeren out of his jungle. Definitely a desperation attempt by EG to try and make that happen, and it just goes from bad to worse. They're thinking about a dive. If Niski can move up here, they can kill him again. It's a flashless Aatrox, it's an ult on Ornn. Pantheon can't be there because he's too low level. They might go for this.
In. 3v1, who's gonna pull aggro? LCKR sounds the horn, finds the knockup. Blabber's gonna be there for the fear as well. There is no chance to do literally anything for Kumo. He was powerless, and he's gone again.
Oh dear. Oh dear. This is an accelerated version of game 1 where C9 is really just not looking like they are relenting at all. I mean, Jizuke teleports up just because he sees a huge wave there that he knows Kumo can't reach, so he's trying to salvage the remnants of that lane. Might actually get something done. LCKR has no flash. Jizuke has his.
He's gonna burn flash for the play. EQ, one more auto will kill him. No, he gets hit. One more Q, he needs to get the spell. He doesn't have mana. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Blabber's there to stop down Jizuke with the slimmest of margins.
And there's probably a massive smile on LCKR's face right there. He got away with that one. Jizuke, it was the mana. I'll have to see if one of his Qs didn't bounce, but this was a whole sequence of plays that we have to go back for. So this was LCKR chunking down Kumo very low before the eventual Pantheon gank, which I actually think comes in about 15 seconds, so we might be in for a little bit of a ride, but you can just see, like, the close trading. LCKR has confidence the whole time. He knows his damage. He's kept just enough mana to have this kill. Lands a Q, just flashing behind the Q2 of the Aatrox, and then it's just this little baby level 3 Pantheon with the blue buff who can't really do anything left to try and finish him off. So, yeah, 2,000 gold by 7 minutes. Just skill difference in top lane.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of unluckiness to make it an absurd lead.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we had an uninterrupted top lane matchup, and LCKR won the Aatrox versus Ornn by about 20 CS, had some turret pressure, got a plate by himself. we get a couple of jungle ganks up there. By the way, most of them are Svenskarens.
Yeah.
And FLICKR slaughters the matchup 1-on-1, 1-on-2, and then 3-on-1. And then 1-on-1 again.
Yep. He's off to the races. And Blabber's 6, by the way. So if they land asleep anywhere, they can go for the gank. They might just continue to dive top lane because he is the flashless player. But if Jizuke's Rise pushes up, I would see no hesitation from Blabber to ult and try and kill him.
Yeah, the flashless players, top and mid lane. Merc turrets at least are done, so that is a defensive option for Jizuke. That can help a little bit. We now have a nice pillar to the bot side. It's going to be decent damage towards Ven. Has to arcane shift backwards as we check in this matchup for the first time around. They've gotten both pretty reasonable recalls. I like early Zerk Greaves on Kalista. Has extra scaling on that champion. Sven going to look for some poke. Not going to find it there. And tier pickaxe obviously can feel pretty comfortable as well for Sven. But I will say this matchup is a lot closer than it was last time around. The Varus Tahm Kench got a plate by themselves at about 4 minutes, 20 seconds into the game. They had a lot of pressure down there. This one looks a bit more EG. I would say slightly favored, actually.
Yeah, I mean, EG invested their first pick in Kalista. It's an extremely potent pick in the meta right now, especially for early game lane dominance. And C9 just said nope, they're going to opt out of that. And Ezreal Tahm Kench is about as weak side as you can pick your dual lane. So if you want to go in with the game plan as a jungler and say, I'm not even going to think about bot side, you're allowed to do that with this pick. But here's Niski. It's going to be a chunk
Thinking
of
about
damage.
it now. Nice block for Zazel. Panther over the top. 3v3. They're going to target Vulcan. He pops the heal. Over the top comes the Nocturne. 4 versus 3. A flash away. A fear on his Svenskeren. Blabber has to jump back as well, but stays alive. Using poke. Find another Drowsy. Not sure if they have the damage to kill Panther, but they will certainly try. Big damage comes in. They're going to walk away on this one, though. Still a lot of damage dealt. And this turret is going to be under fire. The first inklings of turret damage comes through. Will they stay for the first plate? Looks like they will, at least for number 1. As now Jizuke is coming by as well. The nice attempt. Spell Thief Flash not quite going to land asleep.
It was a good look by Niski to get the initial sleep, but I was surprised that they actually went for this play against Kalista. And now here comes Jizuke.
They got the root in place. That is going to the kill. Finally, Evil Geniuses are on the board. A great Realm War. Jizuke brings in the squad and finds himself that first kill. Gives over to Svenskeren. Still not going to be too much more, but still 450 gold earned.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff that EG wants to do more of. They would have loved to have that kill go over to Jizuke because he needs to be the one to carry the game on this Rise. And I think it was actually a little bit of an ego play by C9. We talk about the draft, how the Ornn is already smashing, how the Zoe has 2 kills, how the Nocturne can pick on either Flashless Rise or Aatrox. Maybe they're thinking, hey, if we can also shut down the bottom lane, we will completely break their mental and there's no coming back. Because from an actual what's the smart play perspective, Blabber should never go bot when there's 2 Flashless Soul Laners. He does, they don't get the kill, Jizuke gives one back, and while they still have a lead, I think that was a misstep by C9.
And now Niski thankfully does have some escape tools for himself, but he's still being attacked and has to burn the flash pretty much instantly as the roam to the mid lane does a little bit of damage. Niski chunked about 1/3 and has to kind of lick his wounds right now. Knows the bot lane as they're going to make their way back over. 1,700 gold difference still, though. Cloud9 with the early lead. Yes, they got the Infernal Drake. That's going to all feel comfortable. But yeah, I really do wonder what just another dive top side would have looked like. You know, crashing that Herald down there, getting first turret at, 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's the way you make your gold graph up and to the right, and now it's stalled at 1.3k. So it's time for the next play. They're looking bot again. This time there is a flashless Kalista, so it's not as bad of a look as it would have been last time to go for something, but they gotta respect. They gotta respect the Rise and the Pantheon being able to match shortly. They do know that there is a mismatch in ultimate timings because the Svenskeren Pantheon rank 1 ultimate is such a long cooldown, but since Blabber didn't go right away, there's always that chance the gank gets matched. Niski, though.
Ooh, Spell Thief to Ignite, gonna look for good damage as well, and Jizuke has to keep running away. If he burns Flash, Niski can chase by stealing it away. Is he gonna go for it? He can certainly pick up the spell, but looks over the wall, doesn't find it. Oh, no, the Flash goes to the other side of the wall, right. Can't pick that one up until you go to the other side of it. Just kidding, no easy Flash follow over the wall, but still gonna steal that one. right? Tried to find the angle, tried to ult to find the bubble, guessed incorrectly. End of the day, does get away, but has to burn the flash for it. Now again, a fight towards the bottom side. Will there be a counter gank? But there's a Pantheon, which is enough. That is certainly going to be Vulcan dropping. And as you mentioned, Jack, Cloud9 started that level of aggression and couldn't follow through on it. Now the attempt in the top side toward Kumo. He's going to be sleeping. He's going to be afraid. He's going to be dropped down. Teleport now comes in for Rise, but can't get the damage. A 1-for-0 and TV burn for defense, and that Herald will mean top turret falls.
And Jizuke, you gotta leave, buddy, because that turret's not gonna protect you for long. That's one of those teleports where you're like, yes, please complete this teleport, because we are going to have a 3-1 afterwards. Good night, Jizuke.
Good night, Jizuke. I've read that as a bedtime story before, and once again he is down. 0-2-1. Sven gonna be just clearing down to the bottom side as his team's roaming around the map to do other good things. And well, you got a plate down there, you got a couple of kills, but the rest of the EG map is falling apart.
It really is, and you could see that Jizuke was trying to salvage the top lane. We're going to take a look at this bottom lane play where it is the spot where EG needs to play around. Pantheon Ultimate is an incredible ganking tool, and when you're trying to gank a Tahm Kench plus X lane, you always have to focus the Tahm Kench, but of course once that Panth ult is down, C9 knows this is actually an unstoppable play. So they land everything, nothing is able to be flashed, and Jizuke, it's a bit of a fool's errand trying to defend for the 0-2 Aatrox in this point. He really probably should have just been pushing mid lane, but trying to make the right team play, protect his top laner a little bit, ends up just giving an extra 300 gold plus assist pool over to C9.
Well, the Drake is alive, and that is one thing that can maybe go EG's way, as they were running the bottom side of the map. Maybe they've got players to actually contest for it. Zazel taking some poke from Niski, walks back out to safety. Gonna drop the ward, gonna drop the scuttle. EG feeling at least comfortable down here. Top difference may or may not matter. LCR is ulti-less, which means his TP is not all that important. LCR, though, could burn both. Or, sorry, Kumo could burn both. Down 2 levels, though, is gonna be awkward if a fight does break out. Sven ultis a spot for info. Nope, Dragon's not started. They're shoving in bot lane first, and now EG's going to try for this Drake.
And I think it's actually pretty high risk if C9 is willing to take a fight, because looking at the items completed, there's just much more power on the side of C9 right now, so they're going to poke him, and if they find a pick, they're going to go.
Zazel's down to 1/3 health already. They hit the Drake a bit more. The Bang says, you know what, you're right, I really can't. And it's a 4-on-3 right now. Jizuke shoved in mid. It is a wave getting denied. That is some pressure on the turret that might come through for a bit more. Nice smite comes through. They pick that one up. And LCR has roamed down. Looks for the knockup. They're going to get that one, but a nice shield comes up to keep him safe. 2 Drakes to Cloud9. Wave lost in mid. Everyone else staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, at least they got the ult out from Svenskeren, but there was no way they were going to pick up that Ocean Drake if C9 opted to contest. C9 does the right thing. LCR even roamed down. It does buy a little bit of time for Kumo, and again, kind of like game 1, EG is in panic mode. They're just trying to figure out what is the one thing we can play around. It's likely if Bang completes his first item, Blade of the Ruin King, and if Jizuke can start just applying side lane pressure, then it's about playing around Pantheon ults and Kalista engages, because otherwise, in the 5v5 teamfights right now, they are just completely overmatched.
Now Bang gets some alone time in the bot lane at least. Gets to catch a little bit of farm. Yeah, 3,500 gold lead at 16 minutes. We've talked about this, Jack, you brought it up first. C9 tends to have about 3,000 gold up 15. We're there yet again. We are at a median Cloud9 game, which is they are absolutely demolishing the number 2 seed in playoffs. And oh, hey, look, it's a top laner. Run! He's trying to recall. He doesn't get to. Kumo's dead yet again. There's exciting fights going on. They're landing crowd control. They're landing damage. He's dead again. We all knew it was coming.
This is bullying. They are bullying Kumo in this game over and over again, giving him no chance. As the Aatrox, he's not giving over too much gold after his 4th death, but he is denied the ability to farm, and C9 is just punishing it so much.
Absolutely taking over 4,500 gold lead. 2 turrets already gone. Mid and top have now been cracked. There is a 2v1 push down to the bottom side, but it's not nearly as fast as Sven knocking down top lane tier 2. It's 3-0 in turrets, but to be fair, Bang and Zazel are still pushing down there. They're getting at least some gold back. It's still look at the scoreboard, and it's really not very close. 5,000 is suddenly the gold difference. We were just talking about it being 3K. Nope, it's growing some more. There's Herald being picked up, and Blabber is ready to go and summon that somewhere else and knock down yet another turret.
Yeah, I mean, potentially they go bot just because that's the most standing gold, but mid is also a pretty good usage, knowing that that outer mid lane, or rather middle mid lane turret is still alive. With Nocturne ult up, though, and with double Spell Pen Zoe, Sorcerer's Shoes, Oblivion Orb done, doing basically true damage to the Pantheon or the Callista or even the Aatrox, I think C9 might actually use Nocturne ult first, win a fight, and then drop Rift for just giant gains.
Yeah, they could easily crack an inhibitor with that one. They could knock down the rest of bot lane or the rest of mid lane. We'll see when it comes down. Right now we've got, another ulti top side. Rai's gonna try to get away. He does get two. Thankfully for Jizuke, but there's a re-engage mid-side. Volk's gonna bring Sven to safety, but this is a 3v2 right there. And here comes the Ornhorn. LCKR is showing up, finds a knock-up onto just one. Bang still in the chases to go back around. True shot right to the top, can't quite get Kumo, but here comes the re-engage. Niski is there, low health bars on a Vulcan. One more auto would do him in. Zeyzal flashes for it and gives them the club. Bang's gonna drop here as well, and Zeyzal's still gonna die. Look like it's 3 down on the EG side. Still only 1 kill picked up. Cloud9 find yet another team fight win.
And that was an auto attack away from a 4-for-1, let alone a 3-for-1. That was just total demolition by C9. It looked like, actually, I could have sworn Pantheon was trying to use his ult up top to join Rise, but then once Paranoia came in, either he just didn't cast it or it got canceled or something, because it doesn't look like it's on cooldown. But the bigger answer there is just LCKR had a massive Ornn ult in the jungle, and EG is so far behind, it took them 20 seconds to kill Tahm Kench. So while all that was happening, the rest of the team was dying, and now Niski, who is 4-0, has yet to die on Zoe in 4 playoff games on the champion, is running away with another one.
Absolutely running away with it. He's got the flat pen as well. He's going to assassinate some more backliners. Jizuke has Merc Treads. It's not going to be enough for him in most cases. He's certainly going to try, though. The gold lead now, it's bigger. It's over 7,500 gold. In 5 minutes, it doubled. That is outlandish when Cloud9 already had absurd leads early on. And by the way, they're ready to go yet again. This time around, Realm Warp is on cooldown. Goodbye, Jizuke. Niski is unstoppable.
Yeah, Jizuke had Flash, knew it wouldn't really matter in that situation, and that's the Nocturne pick, cutting down the one way EG has been able to win games, which is map pressure through what Jizuke's done. With that exposed bot,
right,
LCKR, he's alone.
1v4. What are the odds he takes this one home? He's going to try for triple knockup.
Not zero.
A true shot barrage. LCKR finally has an entourage and not going to be saved. Vulcan never gets the Devour down, and that's going to be the chase down. They find another stun into Sven. They might get the Ezreal as well. They got the pillar there. Kumo gets the slap, gets the double kill. Now Vulcan's low. Blabber is in, but he's got to be careful. Vulcan has about 12 HP left. Blabber gets the stopwatch, and Niski's here for round number 2. Says hello to Bang, knocks him down with the double kill, and Niski is looking likely to chase this one. Can't find the sleep. Zeyzal's running for his life. Here comes Jizuke, but is it to his death? He's been feared. It is. He opts into that one. 1 versus 3, and it's a 1-for-0. Cloud9 get 4-2 in that fight.
One by one, they keep on marching in. EG kept thinking this was their window back in the game. They needed to win some type of desperation fight. It took them so long to kill LCKR. It did look for a second like maybe they'd be able to turn something around. But what actually happened is Kumo reset his bounty by getting kills. Then C9 was able to clean up the fight, and even though Niski is down 50 CS, that's because he has 8 kills, and he's just been going everywhere, taking over the game. He's out of control on Zoe this game. The Blade of the Ruined King pickup to solo out Bang at the end was absurd, and they pick up their 3rd Drake of the game.
10 kill lead, already up to 3 Drakes, almost as fast as you could do it. This is Cloud9 doing incredibly well. There's the Herald Charge we were mentioning before. It does break down the last turret of mid lane. Decent amount of value there. It's 5-0 in turrets. Even the 2-on-1 push that Bang and Zeyzal had couldn't break it in the bot lane. Here's LCKR surviving 1v4.
Yeah. I mean, you asked the odds, like, what are the chances he takes him on? And we're like, well, they're not 0. This is, the Trundle ult's even used on him, so he's shredded, but he gets the triple knockup. And then Vulcan can't quite get into range. He actually Qs first. Maybe he thought he had a little bit more time before saving him, but then because they did step in so far, like Sven does get a little bit slowed by the pillar and nearly knocked down. And then it's taken so long for Zoe to walk up here, and he actually doesn't even land the first bubble. You're thinking maybe there's a chance. incredibly crucial stopwatch by Blabber because they need him here when the Ryze teleports and then Ryze ults in. Without this Terrify, which by the way keeps going after he's been devoured by Tom Ken.
Yep.
Just in case you were curious, is what makes it so Jizuke can't clean up.
Nice plays by Vulcan, right? Brought a lot of teammates to safety and kind of helped guarantee, right? Spit him right back out. Obviously, some of that is Blabber's doing as well. Says, okay, I'm right back in there. Still in tether range. Goodbye turret number 6. This game looks a lot like last one, where for the first 20 minutes, EG have 0 objectives. And also like last time, it is Blabber soloing a solo laner. This time around, though, he still wins. Loses Guardian Angel, though, and Svenskaren's here. This is likely to be a fight Sven wins. By the way, 4-level difference. True Shot Barrage comes in. Blabber puts in the fear. Here's Bang. Here's Spell Shield. Bang is there for a 750 gold shutdown. Niski is around. Here's the rest of the squad. Bang is slowed. Here's Sven. Here's Vulcan. There's the kill on his Svenskaren. Goodbye, Bang. You can certainly try, but it's not going to be enough. Niski, now legendary.
Yeah, we could maybe call this the Blabber Horizon if he gets 10 more CS. The 100 CS difference on the opponent jungler by 23 minutes into the game, but unable to CS with this long death timer now after he made that play happen. No smite, but it is a 4v2, so C9 going for Baron right now.
Well, you get 4 CS if you smite a Baron, so that gets you, that gets half the way there of what we're looking at. Looking at, 188. Okay, attempting for Kumo, finds the knockup. Here comes the ulti over the top. Misses it. Actually, that was a great pillar to actually make that more difficult, but you got to look back at the Baron. You got to make sure you land that smite. Niski's going to steal it away and help prevent Blabber from getting the Blabber Horizon, but end of the day, it's going to be a Baron cleanly picked up. You got a Drake in 2 minutes, and Cloud9 with absolute control.
Yeah, Niski, just total knowledge of everything he can do on this pick. Trying to work towards the death cap so he can have an Ornn upgradable item now that Licorice is eligible to give another friend some money. But yeah, this is a stomp. The first game took 35 minutes to complete. This one is likely going to be faster based on the current state of things. Knowing that Jizuke is just desperately trying to create any type of wave pressure, but also knowing that there's a Tom Kenshin and Auction on the other side that are looking to shut him down.
All right, once again, going for the play down to the bottom side. Poor Ryze doing his best, quickly chomped up and spinning Blabber back out. We'll go do the same as EG have better reinforcements. 4, now 5 strong. Here comes the re-engage for Cloud9. 1 for 0 already. Bang is gone. They're going to hope to get away. They can't get it. The road warp down in time. Bud Light Ace, absolute slaughter. Cloud now with a triple kill on Sven, diving right down to the mid lane. They've got impunity to push this base down. 25 seconds of the respawn timers. 23-6 in kills, only 25 minutes into the game. They have a single minion to shepherd into the Nexus turrets to break down the backdoor bonus, and here comes the siege. They've been speed running through the regular season, speed running through playoffs, and a quick 2-0 start, slaughtering evil geniuses.
What a performance by C9 there in game 2. Yeah. 1 game away from sweeping their way all the way into the finals. EG, the number 2 seed, we're really seeing the gap between C9 and the next closest competitor. They're making EG look like amateurs in this game. They're completely destroying Kumo. Svenskaren has had nothing go his way early game, and then once he falls behind, Blabber is not letting him back in any way whatsoever. We're seeing what made C9 17-1 in the regular season, and what's made them now 22-1 cumulatively. They're just really good.
5-0 in the playoff run so far. Looking to make it a clean 6-0 to secure a trip to the final. We'll see you here very soon. On the other side, Dash, the analyst, return to break down that swift win from Cloud9. See you here after this.
I'm Randy Diaz, mayor of Seltzer, Pennsylvania. If you love Bud Light like me, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's a hard seltzer from Bud Light. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. If you don't love Bud Light, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's not Bud Light, it's hard seltzer. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. Questions? Call us now.
Hello and welcome back to C9 versus Evil Geniuses. The series score now stands at 2-0 in favor of Cloud9. And if today is your first day watching League of Legends, well, you're lucky because C9 is just giving an absolute master class in how to play this game from a team perspective. Gents, the second game even more dominant than the first.
Yeah, I mean, this is how C9 has been doing it all year long. Great skirmishing, great decision-making, team collapsing all over the place, fights everywhere, and you blink, next thing you know, you got a 5K gold lead at around 15 minutes.
Yeah, probably. Let's talk about that lead that was built so drastically early on for Cloud9 and then closing the game out a full five minutes faster than the previous.
Yeah, I mean, these games are going really quickly because they're punishing mistakes that people don't realize they're making. And in this case, EG is overstepping in places where usually they'd be able to get away with it. But since Cloud9 is so vigilant, they're noticing everything and punishing it. The most, important one was the first blood onto Pantheon around, 3 minutes. This is when the next jungle camp spawned. And they noticed him disappearing into fog, and they decided to chase him down and kill him, and that just broke the game open.
We'll get more into that top trio of players for Cloud9 and how they've worked together throughout this series so far. But Azale, I want to come to you on Champion Select from Game 2. Some of the differences that we saw, what Evil Geniuses was looking to do with the composition that they crafted.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they wanted to get aggressive early. They wanted to have playmaking. They have this Callista to try to dominate early mid-game. They have this Pantheon that's there to try to snowball some of these lanes and get them ahead. And then the Ryze is, I think, supposed to be kind of the late-game insurance, right? We asked them, well, at least I asked them to kind of go back to what is comfort for them and playing that split push for Jizuke later. That's what they wanted to get done, but the game was over so fast, they didn't even have a chance because they got ran over early. Pantheon's supposed to have this big advantage in the early game against Nocturne, but as Probably said, he's the one that's dying. And it's not even Nocturne that had to shut him down. His solo lanes just did that for him while he's happily farming on the other side of the map. So feels pretty good to jungle for Cloud9.
Yeah, one of those situations where you draft early, but if the early game goes wrong, it just makes it look like more of a lose-lose situation for you, and Cloud9 looks all the better for it. For those of you viewing on ESPN, you're about to head to a quick commercial break. We'll catch you here on the other side to prep you up for game number 3. But gents, as we continue to talk about this game number 2 specifically, I think we have to isolate the top lane this time around. We have the flip side of the matchup that we got from game 1, and FLICKR, look at these statistics. This is a comparison of both of his games. So playing either side of that Aatrox versus Ornn matchup. Game 1, he was the Aatrox. Game 2, he was the Ornn. Identical KDA, similar stats across the board. Like, what is going on? This guy, it doesn't matter what champion you give him, he's going to give you the same game regardless.
Yeah, this is just insane to look at. It's obviously comically a mirror image with the two pictures of FLICKR looking at each other, but then the stats are so similar. It's like, how can he dominate both sides so easily? And honestly, without too much jungler interference, like if anything, he's interfering with the enemy jungler more than that guy's interacting with him.
The Ornn one was even more impressive because the first one he was up in farm, but he picked up all those kills around the Rift Herald. This one, he solo killed his lane opponent in kind of the disadvantageous matchup of being on the Ornn instead of the Aatrox in a 1v2. He's getting ganked and he just kills the guy and walks away. And it's like, well, what can you do?
Yeah, slivers of health there in a couple situations, but FLICKR just showing absolute mastery over that champion. Probably, I want to talk about maybe solutions then in the top lane, because FLICKR has shown comfortability on both sides of the matchup and in both playstyles. So what would be Evil Genius's best option to protect or safeguard Kumo in this matchup and maybe allow him to survive that early game and become effective in the team play, which is what we have seen from him when Evil Geniuses is playing at their best?
Yeah, I mean, taking out the draft, I think first step is they have to play better. They can't get outplayed so often by Cloud9, but for the top lane matchup specifically, I don't know, I still really like the Ornn. I think playing the Aatrox into Ornn, you're going to naturally want to punish that Ornn because you know it's a matchup that you can usually take advantage of. However, if you're not playing on form against one of the best top laners, you're going to get really punished for that, and you're going to fall even further behind. So getting that kind of Ornn, I think, is really, really important. And
so we're narrowing in on Ornn as a necessary pick maybe for Evil Geniuses within protecting him. That idea of protecting him, you talked about, one, we have to avoid getting outplayed mechanically at certain times. Strategically, though, Would you prefer to see Evil Geniuses go to protect his side of the map or create pressure elsewhere to draw attention away from his lane and leave him on an island?
No, I think Orin and Set are the perfect island champions. And the reason I didn't say Set before is because he's just been banned in the first phase. So I would say get your hands on one of those champions that are big meatballs and can do well on low econ and normally have decent matchups and be able to play towards the mid bot side. I know the problem with this, though, is if you have a top lane that is going to be losing automatically and you want to focus mid bot side, the other team can match your mid bot side pressure very easily because they know their top lane's winning and can bring them. So it's not like, let's just focus mid bot, leave Kumo on island, and it's fine. It's like they actually have to be able to play better than Cloud9. So this is not just a strategy or a draft problem. This is like the individual players have to be playing at a slightly higher level to be able to compete.
I'm going to jump in here and welcome back our ESPN viewers. In the midst of our discussion around the top lane, discussing the dominant performances from FLICKR in games 1 and 2 and how Evil Geniuses might be able to protect Kumo moving forward. Another piece of that puzzle, though, I think is the jungler, and that's where I want to conclude our discussions heading into game 3. Svenskeren. This is a guy who has the makings of an MVP, has been an MVP in the past.
He's the reigning MVP.
He is the reigning MVP, I should say. Thank you very much, Azale. And so let's look for some maybe individual opportunities or ways that he can affect the map a little bit more. How can he shut down his replacement on Cloud9 in Blabber and actually give us a 4th game, Azale?
I mean, again, it's so damn hard because last game he got shut down, but he didn't even interact with the jungler yet, right? That is the problem, is that it's not just a one-on-one matchup. You know, you can draft all you want for the advantageous jungle matchup, but if your lanes lose, then you don't get to actually exert your will on the map, right? You don't get to then invade with Reckless Abandon looking for this 1v1 because the soul lanes are going to collapse. And that's why I think what Prawley is talking about really kind of hit the nail on the head, which is everyone just has to step up, because at the end of the day, you're playing a team that went 17-1 in the regular season. They're now 22-1 when you count in playoffs. When you're playing a team that is that good, there is no easy fix. You have to have everything. Great draft, great teamwork, and incredible individual performances, because otherwise you win one individual matchup, you're just going to lose elsewhere, right? So at the end of the day, they've just got to play the game of a lifetime almost and have a perfect draft to match with it if they want to be able to win 3 straight in a row.
Mark, let's conclude on what it would mean for Cloud9 to wrap up another 3-0 in a best of 5 to move with an undefeated postseason into the finals, only dropping 1 game over the course of the entire split.
To be honest, I think for C9 it means nothing, because this is the team that is the perennial second place team. And I think Jack, Reaper, these guys who have not won the LCS or haven't won since 2014, was it? 6 years ago. This is the only roster that doesn't have a championship, a North American championship holder on it. Like, this team does not care if they are the most dominant team to then flub it in the finals. That will mean nothing to them. They've been to so many finals where they've come up short. I think this is another stepping stone to them. You can see how serious they're taking it by how dominant they are, but I don't think that they do anything more than a quick pat on the back. All right, let's celebrate and get ready for next week if they win this one.
You heard it from Mark. It's trophy or nothing for the Cloud9 squad this time around here in the LCS 2020 LCS Spring Split. Best of 5. Cloud9 is 1 game away from locking up their final spot and shoving Evil Geniuses down to the losers bracket to see if they can climb their way back and challenge once again. For Evil Geniuses, they got to put 3 wins together in a row if they want to take that shot at the title. We're tossing things back to the casters to get us into game 3 of the series.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS Spring Playoffs, where Cloud9 are a single game away from making it to the 2020 Spring Playoffs. 2-0 so far. They've got 3 chances to bring it home.
Yeah, and they have looked as dominant, if not more dominant, than they have throughout their entire record-setting regular season. Just for some context, coming into the playoffs, they had the highest gold differences at 15, 20, and at 30 minutes of any LCS team ever. So they have been this monster that other teams haven't even thought about taking down, and so far they've been able to continue it. EG has tried a few different things to try and take this team down. They picked all early game in game 2. As the analyst desk broke down, they still just lost. They just got straight up outskilled by C9 in some of those moments. So I don't think it's a bad strategy by EG by any means. And if there's a chance to run that back and just hope they play better, I think maybe that's EG's best chance.
Well, they're going to hope they can make it happen 3 times in a row. Cloud9 continually banning away set, not allowing a sort of equalizable top lane matchup to be grabbed for Evil Geniuses. Of course, with EG losing in game 2, they once again get side selection. They again stay on blue side here, hoping that a first pick will go well for them, which is kind of interesting because the blue side game was the less close of the 2 they played so far. That said, you can clean things up. Ornn ban comes through on the EG side. C9 grab the LeBlanc ban themselves, so maybe this time around we get the uncontested Aatrox.
I think that's definitely a possibility. I'm happy that they got rid of the Ornn since they lost both sides of the Ornn matchup. And by changing up their bans, C9 ended up dropping them a little bit, and Aphelios gets through the ban phase for the first time all series. So I do actually really like this for Bang. It's not necessarily something that is needing to be super lane dominant. It can just turn on later. And I'm hoping that EG puts the focus in to other parts of the map. And really, I know it's failed miserably for them the first 2 games, but get something going in the mid jungle between Svenskeren and Jizuke, because that's how they need to win.
Well, Svenskeren looking like he's going back on the Gragas. Had the option to play in the Pantheon. Now, that said, in the previous game, the Pantheon was picked when Gragas was banned away. This time around, they don't add the Gragas ban. They still take that as without anything other than the Nocturne ban, which they themselves weren't playing anyway. Get, their favorite jungler in the Gragas here. Now, they got to figure out what support they want to answer out, what they want to kind of bring alongside this Aphelios as well. It's going to be Braum.
Yeah, and I think Varus Tahm Kench is the logical choice from the C9 side. They have another strong duo lane there.
All right, Varus Tahm Kench yet again. It crushed the lane back in game 1. We'll see if it does the same here in game 3. Those of you on ESPN, we are heading to commercial break. For those watching on Twitch and YouTube, we're still going to cast.
And I think this is the first time they've actually matched, or actually they haven't even matched the roles yet again, because as you mentioned, it's jungle not there for the side of C9, and Aatrox already locked in. So even though EG is opting out of the Ornn versus X matchup, they are opting in to giving FLICKR a power pick and being able to ban out as many potential counters as they want. Also note that, Zoe's still up, so I do think that maybe EG should just, throw a little ban there, just in case, since Niski is about 50-0 KDA, I think, something approximately in 4 games in the playoffs. So EG is still in for a doozy.
Well, they're going to throw in some jungle bans first off. They're going to hope they can maybe push Blabber down a little bit. I am curious what he looks like not on the Nocturne. Very clearly, Cloud9 want to play this champion a lot. They put a lot of time and on practicing this and getting it ready. They run out a lot. It seems to be first pick for them. So do want to see what he looks like on somewhere else, see if the games play out a little bit differently. We are seeing more fighter bans to try to drop Kumo down. I feel like Maokai's next on the list. I don't think it's a great matchup overall, but that's probably where Kumo goes, to be honest. And we get to see what the EG final ban is.
I don't think he's practiced it, but the pick I would actually recommend would be Malphite. Fnatic played it today over in the LEC, and you can just stack up such an absurd amount of armor early that you can stop him from being able to bully, and you'd be able to ult on to a Varus, but that runs into a host of problems later because Ven could just go AP Varus, and you can also consume the Malphite ultimate, so you will eventually get outscaled. It's going to be hard almost no matter what. I feel like it's actually a little comical that they banned out the Camille, just because I don't think that Kumo would win that matchup. They're basically just saying, we don't even need this final ban against Kumo, and I think it's a bit of a posture from C9.
All right, so Pantheon comes through, certainly a very strong jungler, and we'll see what he can do with this one. Svenskeren had a very, very rough Pantheon game. Some of that over-aggression, to be fair, and then obviously got a bit outscaled. But Blabber still has a semi-global ultimate to get to any side that he wants to go fight a 2v1 out of nowhere from thin air, and Pantheon maybe does some similar things to the Nocturne, even if they liked Nocturne a bit more. They're going to grab that one regardless. EG get the top lane pick, and Poppy comes through as a top lane tank pick, and they get to steal away the Zoe.
Yeah, it's actually only going to be Jizuke's third Zoe game of the split. He's 1-1 on it so far, but I think it's needed to take it. And oh man, if let's see it, Niski. Lock in the Rise. Like if they win the first 2 games by doing the Aatrox, Ornn, Aatrox, and then they win game 2-3 by doing Rise, Zoe, Zoe, Rise. Or, just Kassadin, because C9 can do what they want.
Okay. No, they're going very early pressure. Pantheon to Leah. Like, you talk about Gragas Yasuo being really good in game 1. Pantheon to Leah, another well-known, strong duo for mid-jungle. Niski is saying, hey, we're going to win super hard early game. I expect Varus Tahm Kench to win the early lane. I expect Aatrox over Poppy to win the early lane. And you've got Pantheon to Leah. Should win that early game, too.
And think about how much this team can shift on the map. Like the global pressure of the Tahm Kench being able to take his Varus buddy, and then Pantheon and Talia flying anywhere they want. That is so much total shutdown to any type of map pressure that Jizuke tries to apply in split push. So what was EG's greatest strength throughout the end of the split when they're on the big winning streak, it was their ability to split the map and do 1-3-1 in every single draft that C9 has done. They figured this out. They picked Nocturne, they picked Tahm Kench. They're just throwing the cherry on top with the Talia in this final draft. So if EG wins, it's not going to be through split push.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can kind of make that one happen. Meanwhile, Cloud9, of course, have a very early game skewed draft. I am a little concerned about their scaling if it does mystically get to 28 minutes with equal gold. But C9 averaged a 1,500 gold lead in the first 3,000 gold in the first 15 minutes, and then just grow it linearly or exponentially in some cases from there. So we'll see what can happen here. Cloud9 have the draft for an explosive early game for breaking out pretty quickly in.
And just for a little bit more historical context on what C9 is doing so far in this spring split, there have only been 2 other teams to ever go 17-1 in the regular season. It was 2016 Spring Immortals and 2016 Summer TSM. 2016 Summer TSM did it in best of 3s, so they actually had more game losses. When those teams went into playoffs, Immortals actually got swept out of the playoffs, and then TSM went 3-0 in the semis and 3-1 in the finals. What C9 has been doing is they're currently 5-0 in the playoffs, and because of the new playoff format, could potentially go 9-0. The last time a team actually went undefeated in an NA LCS playoff was back in the summer split of 2015 when CLG did it en route to their first title. So historic stuff that C9 is looking like they might be doing if they can continue this dominance, close out EG 3-0 here, and move on to the finals.
Yeah, 4.5 years since our last undefeated playoff champion. Blabber going for an early play. All 5 are up there, but a chicken blocks the paddle star, just walks away. Nice attempt. By the way, LCKR is already top lane, ready to go. I appreciate the thought from EG. The idea of, hey, we expect Blabber to start with invade on Raptors. Let's set a trap for him. Problem is, the trap was sprung, and he wasn't under the little pinwheel. The little, the metal lever came down. He's like, nah, my tail detaches, no big deal. Ultimately, Kumo misses XP on 3 minions, not to mention the gold, of course, dropped as well. LCKR's going to zone him off the wave. Top lane, you thought it was already bad. It's worse.
Yeah, and they actually get Zazel's exhaust on top of all of it. Braum is so strong level 1 that, I mean, you can tell C9 is going for the jugular. Like, counter-jungling Raptors that early in the game as the Pantheon is like a big bet about where Svenskeren's going to start, and it actually was wrong. The fact that it didn't get punished is a little bit miraculous, and he's right back at it. He's just going to counter-jungle Svenskeren a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they tracked the fact that, okay, he's starting bottom side of the jungle. He's probably doing, Raptors, red, Krugs, then top side, so I'll just take your top side before you do it. We expect Gragas to have a faster overall clear speed. Yeah. Yeah, you know, he could certainly try, but for now, Blabber is more than comfortable in his jungle pathing, and with his Raptors, with 2 camps gone, he's back to clearing.
Blabber's paths have been awesome. What a lot of times Gragas's do is they'll 3-camp red side recall to get their Predator boots because then their initial gank is so high threat. But Blabber, having just counter jungle the side, can get full control of the Scuttle Crab. If he really wants, it's not the highest experience play, but it would be a higher map pressure play. He could actually double Scuttle in this case because he knows Sven's going to be going up blue and he's already taken that side Scuttle, or he just gank.
Jizuke's already been crowd control locked. He's going to flash away, and that is the rock hitting him in the back of the head.
Minions?
He just walks away from the minion aggro. He's going to be fine with that one. That is mid lane dead. All summoners gone, and a wave crashing into the turret that Sven's going to have to show up and pick up. And they know, yep, he did a full bot side clear, and now he's stuck in mid lane. Take whatever you want.
Yeah, so how about this? Let's double Scuttle and get the kill mid. Jizuke has an exhaust, so he's feeling pretty confident here and he's willing to take that trade, but he also just has no jungler, and this whole series, Jizuke has been playing lane like he has someone camping for him, and he just hasn't. It's always been Blabber there instead of Svenskeren, and that's what happens yet again.
Another attempted fight down here. Zeyzal unable to block the piercing arrow from Sven, so Bang's already at half HP. Has his potion, may need to use it before too terribly long. There we go, pops it there. Svenskeren's gonna have to walk down to the bottom side, but poor guy got to clear mid lane and take Wolf.
Good look.
And now stuck back at the bottom side. Nice flash pick up there. They're going to find some damage on his Sven. Going to try to push him back out, but they're already behind him. The flash not going to bring him to safety. Svenskeren is on the board of the kill. Now looking over at Vulcan, who is reasonably tanky. Blabber shows up, so does Jizuke, so does Niski. Blabber's going to be asleep. Blabber's going to die. Evil Geniuses 2-1 on the board. Teleport's coming in towards the backside as Sven wants to rejoin his old lane. Vulcan gonna be pushed back, but he will stay alive. EG makes the fight work in the bot lane.
And what a huge pickup that is for EG. If we go back through the whole series, what's usually happened is the first bad thing happens, and then they try another early gank in a little bit of desperation, and that fails too. This time, it actually works. They played this extremely well from the get-go, so they don't Predator until he's actually out of fog, so they don't have time to react. They get through it, and then look at the patience. Svenskeren doesn't body slam early, right? They know that that Braum stun is still going to be on Sven, so post-flash they can still kill him. And then Blabber's a little bit greedy. He's trying to save his E for when it's empowered, but they stun lock him before he can get his empowered E and burst him down from that moment. So a little bit of a misplay from Blabber for sure. They had Sven dead to rights, and they finally convert a play.
And we go back to the rest of the map now as we can take a look and look at the fact that Cloud9 are down kills, but they're winning their lanes so much, they're still up 600 gold because they're winning the lanes by so much. 19 CSP in the bot lane, 10 up and top side with, again, Licorice going early coal to make that cash in later on. 2.5 camp lead for Blabber, mids plus 13, just every single possible role you could look at. Yeah, the depth here and there doesn't matter. Cloud9 are still just slaughtering the early game. Hey, we're 6 minutes in. Why not take the Drake while Sven still has a turret plate? There's more gold picked up, by the way.
Yep, I mean, this is why it's so hard to beat Cloud9, is they always find the way to apply the most pressure possible. We do have to keep in mind what we talked about in the draft. If this gold stays close into the late game, EG will have a chance because of the tankiness that Poppy can bring in the late game, and more importantly, just the immense damage of a late game Aphelios who is protected by a Braum. So yes, C9 had the little bit of a misstep with getting 2 deaths bottom, but their foot is straight back on the gas pedal, and Licorice, please, bud. Well, is he gonna flash it? Oh, okay.
Doesn't really matter. You got the rest of the squad. Doesn't have to flash that one. Kuma has his own flash. Oh, he predicts the flash. Gets the flash follow, but it doesn't do enough to get the kill. Didn't have to burn the summoner, but still, Kumo is pushed off the wave, has to take the long walk back, and now into the mid lane is the rest of the squad. There's the stun, there's the knockback. Nothing you could do. Jizuke is gone again.
Did they actually get a mid Hex Flash channel? Like, was Jizuke actually channeling Hex Flash as that Pantheon all came down? Oh man, this is mid jungle, right? Like, this is how Pantheon jungle is supposed to oppress the opponent mid laner. Jizuke falling prey to the second straight Pantheon gank.
And now the gold lead is back to 1,300. I feel like we've seen these numbers before at this stage of the game. Cloud9 doing it again and again and again. Nisqy ready to push down the mid lane as Blabber says, hey Sven, do you want to defend mid lane? Would you like this wave of minions here as I'm pushing it down? It looks juicy. There's 100 gold here. Right now, though, Sven Skaren's going to kill this ward. Jizuka's going to clear it from a bit of relative safety.
And this is where things get really hard for EG to defend, because anytime someone tries to contest the wave against Nisqy's Taliyah, they're in danger of dying. And what that means is that Nisqy can now go wherever he wants, so that puts the rest of the map on notice. So EG isn't really allowed to play aggressive anyway, like anywhere on the map, unless they guess where Nisqy is. So like even now, they don't know for sure if Nisqy's in bot river, but Sven Skaren's there anyway. So already they have to take a risk, but they assumed he was taking Rift Herald, and they just got confirmation. These are the only types of plays that EG can make, is when C9 actually take an objective uncontested. Okay, now EG's allowed to move somewhere.
We'll see where they get to move. Sven Skaren gets to walk up and place a ward down with the help of his support. Zeyzal drops one down off his sight stone, and that's kind of it. They can now see Blabber as he enters his eastern jungle. Nice little attempt on the top side as Kumo has to get some damage in LCS. And we look for the follow-up auto attacks, and that is a positive health trade for the Aatrox. Sitting plus 15 minutes here at the 10-minute mark. Sort of expected lead based on everything else we've seen so far in this game. And Kumo just has to play this one defensively. Sven Skaren spots his opponent yet again. Looks for a trade of blows back there, both level 7. Sven and Vulcan coming by to help fight for this blue buff, and we'll see if, yes, they're going to bring Nisqy over. He's going to just drop the mini wave in mid lane, blast cone over. They're going to fight for this buff.
Yeah, the one stat where Nisqy won't beat out other mid laners is in CS, because he's just totally willing to drop a wave in order to take fights like this.
And they're going to poke back and forth. There's a stun that's supposed to cast, but he's going to be able to cleanse and flash away from that one. So that's not a pickup there, but bang, just gets sniped down to 1/3 health. And that Zeyzal dropped low as well, and yet again, looks pretty comfortable for Cloud9. Sven Skaren is flashless, has to take the walk around, but I'm not sure EG can do much to stop this one. Jizuka can try for the steal. The Battlestar's back on cooldown. Another snipe towards Bang, and ooh, that got a bit close, but Nisqy managed to grab it all the same.
Yeah, I mean, kind of surprising Blabber didn't smite secure that, and they just said, all right, Nisqy, we feel like you'll probably do more damage. Extremely close steal by Nisqy, but it's kind of comical. LCS is just taking the blue on the other side while everyone was 4v4ing.
But suddenly Gragas doesn't have smite, but has the rest of his spells. Sven Skaren's got a body slam. Here comes Taliyah, here comes Pantheon. We're in your jungle, we want your buff, we want your life as well. Slightly early on the shove. Doesn't matter, Sven Skaren's still dead. Little did you know, Aatrox was already there, and Nisqy was ready to join. We get a recall off of Kumo. That's something, but it's still Cloud9 walking over this game.
Smart play by LCS, and the rest of the team was totally ready to help out with that. I mean, EG tried to make their play into the blue side jungle of C9, and all the while, LCS was already setting up the next play for C9, whereas EG was just kind of in recovery mode. It's like, hey, something happened. Let's just go back to farming for a bit. Dragon in 30 seconds. Meanwhile, LCS is able to get another kill. They kill the stopwatch from Sven Skaren. They get both blues on their own side, and now C9 can reset up for their own next raid.
1,800 gold difference. A little bit below average, to be honest. Cloud9, I think they have to step up a little bit more. How dare they only be winning by a lot? They need to be winning by absurd amounts to keep up with their own level of performance. But the Drake is back alive. We'll see if C9 can contest that one. It's been up for just only a few seconds. Blabber gets rid of these wolves, has a level lead over Sven Skaren. Bit of poke.
There's actually a small window where Kumo can teleport and LCS won't be able to, which makes this difficult for C9 to contest. So they could actually get this Drake.
This would be the first major objective EG has grabbed pre-20 in the entire series. 0 Drakes, 0 Heralds, 0 turrets pre-20. Finally on the board with something early on in the game. This is the best early game they have had, and they are down 2,000 gold at 12.5 minutes into the game. Jizuka now poking back and forth with Nisqy. It's weird to say signs of life when this is obviously such a rough early game, but as we mentioned in Champ Select, the scaling difference is there on the EG side. C9 are a little bit under the gun. Herald gets charged, gets summoned. That should knock down top lane outer turret.
It will, and now the question is, since they were prepping a dive, can EG make something happen bottom? So they've definitely lost first turret. That bonus is gone. They're thinking about this dive down bot.
You got Svenskar in there waiting behind. They're going to find a little bit of poke, but only with the runic echoes. They can shove it a new wave, but that's a little bit slower as of the last couple of patches. Still, the mini wave will drop down. Shield comes in front. Ulti was popped by Sven. He's going to keep the team rooted in place. Quick chomp there. Sven's going to be safe. Another bit of CC towards Vulcan. And here comes Niski, and he wants the play. They're going to bring back Zazel. Stopwatch use. Explosive cast hits 4, but no way out for the Braum. 1-0 Cloud9's favor.
They are so good, Freak. It's just...
Yeah.
Anytime EG wants to make a play, if they don't make it instantly, and even a 3v2 dive against Tom Kench with heal up is questionable at best. The fact that they even thought about it was punished. The fact that they were even there to look was punished because they move. Niski has time to recall, he has time to get back. And Jizuke, did he get a solo kill?
Big play, auto attack, needs to auto attack, he can't get it off. About 80 health left. And FLICKR gets away, and here comes the reinforcements. Blabber willing to flash. There's the stun, there's the auto. Sorry, you tried Jizuke. It looked elegant, but it wasn't enough. Pantheon over the top.
And this is how you demoralize an opponent. Anytime EG tries to do anything good, it ends up bad. So what are they really supposed to do? They try and make the play happen bottom side. It backfires. Before that, they took the Drake. What did that mean? Their entire blue side jungle, as well as their top turret, was down. Jizuke tried to go for a solo kill. By the way, you step beyond halfway in the lane, here's a Pantheon. So now they're 4,000 gold down, and they have to be losing hope pretty quickly.
Well, they gotta find a way. Unironically, we're scaling. Yeah, it's 4,500 gold down. True. Yeah, we're back. We're doing worse than most teams do against Cloud9 in the first 15 minutes of the game. But we gotta find a way to stabilize, to slow it down and get a way back in. 25 CS deficit for Bang. That's gonna suck a little bit, but at least he got some assists. He's building towards Infinity Edge. Yeah, Jizuke, sadly down to 1 and 3. Isolated Death's leader at this point in LCS playoffs, at least for mid laners. Yeah, that's gonna suck, but you know, maybe you can turn it around later on to the game. Even Niski's up in farm, and as you mentioned, he's typically not because he roams around so much to help the team. But EG can still try. They're gonna find a slow on Blabber. They're gonna find a bunch of CC. They explosive cast him back, and this time they finally get the 1-0. This time there's no Cloud9 reaction, at least not right away.
Niski's thinking about it, actually, but they're outnumbered. Surely they don't go for this. They're waiting for Jizuke and Svenskar to catch a wave, and then they might go. It's all a timing game.
Oh, they find the route for the instant cleanse. Bang's gonna get back to safety. Weaver's wall is almost back up, and nearly get the seismic shove back at a range as well. It allows them to clear the wave, take the wolves, go for blue buff, EG, get a minute of breathing room.
For sure, and the overall stage of the game is still C9 in the relatively... Oh, still another blue buff. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
EG in a really tough spot, and C9 looking towards the sweep. Now, just as a refresher for everyone on the playoff format, losing here for EG doesn't mean the end of their split. It would knock them down into the third place match, where they would eventually play the winner of tomorrow's game between FlyQuest and TSM. So a win here for C9 puts them straight into the finals. A loss here for EG means they still get another chance to eventually make finals. So while they may just end up getting swept out by C9, it's not completely the end of the road. Just wanted to point that out.
Yep, and they're going to see who's stronger between TSM and FlyQuest. If it's FlyQuest, they beat them last time, so you just do it again. We'll see if that one can come through. Meanwhile, we've got the mid lane being cleared away. The blue buff was stolen. There was only so much time. And now we get to wait to see as EG get a little bit of time to shove in the mid lane. They get a little bit of time to lick their wounds, catch some farm, scale back up. We've got Infinity Edge done for Bang. That is the first important item to complete. But you really got to get to 2 or maybe even 3 major items before you're going to put out the damage that Sven's putting out with his current gold lead. So it is a long road ahead. There is a long time for C9 to press for more of a lead. Third Drake is spawning right now. Cloud9 getting ready to push forward, and they're taking the bottom river. EG grouping up. Sven's going to be drowsy, but there's no re-engage. Just got explosive cast brings to the front lines, though, and that's going to be killing the Vulcan. This is 5v4 on the map. Maybe, just maybe, Evil Genius has found signs of life. Kumo dives the backline, tries to find some damage on Aniski, looks for a second knockup. Maybe he can find that one as EG are diving in afterwards, but they're kiting him away. Second bubble's going to land. Sven can no longer fight this one. Svenskar gets himself that kill, shuts down his old mid laner. Now FLICKR's forced to run away, but it's 3-on-1 down there, and how well does Aatrox get away? Slowed it again, stunned soon up. Pantheon over the top, Blabber's here to reinforce. They're gonna find Kumo, they're gonna get that kill. 2-1 in the team fight. Bang still wants to battle, but can he really? He's running out of time to walk with. There's a quick body slam, and Bang answers it actually as the overstep for Blabber makes it a 3-for-1 team fight.
And this is just going to continue going. Sven drops the Rift Herald in mid lane after they've lost the fight to try and get something at the end of it.
At least he gets that one. 300 gold in his pockets, 200 spread across the rest of his team. And it means we still have this 4,500 gold difference. A turret worth about 1 kill while assisted in total gold income. And end of the day, we go back to a holding pattern.
Okay, that was really wild. Svenskeren played that fight extremely well, even though he's had a very disappointing series overall. The cask to open originally, getting the kill onto Blabber was huge. The chase through to finish off Niski, and then even the finisher once Blabber re-entered. And now, he doesn't have Smite up, but he's threatening, and we might just see this whole fight over again.
Once again, onto the map, waiting to fight for this one. Smites are up on all sides, equal level in the junglers. Zazel in the front line, Blabber in the wings. Here comes the play. Who's got the smite? It goes over to Svenskeren. His high-stick shove brings in 1. Zazel gets the shield in the front. He's healthy in the front line. Here comes the engage. Can EG make it happen? Licorice down below 1k. Weaver's Wall gonna isolate the squad and give a very easy defensive option here. But Cloud9, they lost the last team fight. They lost his Drake, and they've been the ones disengaging. The goalie doesn't show it, but it feels like EG are turning the corner.
Yeah, I mean, we said that they needed to wait until late game, and I think they've absolutely turned the corner, and this is a very close game now, with EG looking to extend the series. 2 Drakes away from an Ocean Soul, but also having 2 kills onto Bang's Aphelios is huge if C9 can't find the proper access to him in the middle late game. So while this has been a full court press by C9 for so much of the early game, making EG have to react to everything and punishing almost every big play EG tried to make, the fact that that was 2 fights in a row in River that didn't go badly for EG, that actually ended EG favored, means they still have a chance in this game.
And what a play that would be to actually come back from a pretty much slaughter of the first 2 games and an equally rough early game here to this one. They had about a 4,000 plus gold deficit at 15. And as 5 minutes has ticked on, that has shrunk slightly, and they have continued to scale and get kills, as you mentioned, on the right people. Bang is the one I want all of the gold on right now. He is the one who can keep him safe. He's got a Braum in the front line, and a Poppy in the top lane. He's got the front line. Right? He's got the space to get the autos off. Bang can absolutely be the one to take this game over the finish line, but they've got to make sure they keep fighting cleanly. There's so much engagement from Cloud9 from so many angles, and they might try again right now.
Woo! Very close on the sleep of Niski, who is trying to find a pick there. And we're also at an interesting point where even though Kumo has been pretty far behind, he's really, really hard to kill with all the armor he's stacked, since generally speaking, Niski isn't the one to be able to rush him down with magic damage. I believe Sven will probably go the AP finish on Varus here, so I'm expecting like Nashor's Tooth and Zhonya's or Nashor's Tooth and Deathcap to finish, and once he has that, he'll be able to shred the front line of EG. But for this kind of brief window, you have the 2-item power spike on Bang and the really strong front line of Kumo, and EG needs to take advantage of this moment in time.
Hurricane being done is such a huge deal, especially when Sven is between buys. I think Sven still has more money overall. I think he's expected to with a 30 CS lead. But if you don't recall and spend that money and put new items in the inventory, that doesn't matter. You don't hit people with your wallet. You hit them with the items you buy with that thing. And so until that comes through, I like Bang in every team fight until something else comes into that inventory. And Minion's going to be cleared back and forth. And there's nothing quite worth fighting for right now. We're still 2 minutes from the next Drake, which is not, I would say, absurdly important. Yes, it puts Evil Geniuses on Soul Point. You want to get the 4 Drakes eventually, but I mean, that's not going to happen until, quite a while into the game. Cloud9 have very little incentive to pick it up themselves. While Baron's on the map, I don't feel like either team has quite the control to really fight for it.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting watching the rest of this game because, like, yes, EG has the scaling advantage, mainly through the Aphelios, but if he dies, and if Sven is able to stay safe, Varus late game is also really potent, even if he's low mobility. So just a lot, like kind of just key players to really watch for. It is going to be, I think, an AD carry dominated story here in who can stand and fire in these team fights and like how the team makes space for them.
Zeyzal going to try a little bit of something right now. Look at it, damage from Sven. Pow! That is a lot of poke. Put him with 1 spell, then a half HP. Now he can lifesteal back up. He's going to be fine. Vulcan, of course, already there to save him, but you can see how much damage they can do, and that was 1 spell. Imagine what it looks like when you land more than 1.
Yeah, Luden's Sork Shoes, a big power spike for Jizuka right now. And look at FLICKR needing to respect this wave just because C9's lost control of mid-wave, so they didn't know if Svenskeren was there to try and get a kill, and FLICKR just kind of needing to protect this bounty in the side lane. If he gives that extra 400 gold over to someone like Bang, that could really swing the game back. And like, the way the map is playing is just not indicative of the 4,000 gold advantage you see on C9, which means you're kind of seeing the manifestation of Bang and Svenskeren's current power level.
All right, teleport burn to get into the mid lane pretty early on as Sven's going to rejoin the squad, and he sidestepped to move his inventory towards a Quicksilver Sash, so slows down his offense bridges, goes for defense. That'll get him out of, a Zoe Bubble. It lets him QSS Flash to get out of any crowd control lock, and they are ready to fight. They're going for this 4th Drake of the game. If they get it, it splits the Drakes 2 and 2. They're nearby Licorice as well. They're dropping what wards they can, but they're not all gone. There is some vision towards that backside. Niski right in front of that ward here. Bubble almost going to land. It's not going to catch Blabber. They're going to go for a bit of an engage. Here comes the stun. The wall at the top. It pushes Zuka to the backside, but that might be enough time to rush down this Drake. We'll see. It's going to fall in a couple of seconds, and here comes the re-engage. Is it going to be enough? They flash forward. They find a huge ulti out of Bang, and that's going to pull Sven into safety. Now it's going to put him right back in the jaws of defeat. 2 kills picked up, plus the Drake, and here comes the re-engage. FLICKR's gonna try on the backside, 1 versus 3. It's not gonna be enough. Bang is safe to free fire. There's the 2nd kill picked up. And with the 3s from members of Cloud9, they will do the best they can, but it's not going to be enough. They're gonna try as hard as he's asleep. Just gonna hit him in the back. And EG get a 3 for 0, plus the Drake steal, and they're right off to Baron.
I mean, there's a reason we haven't seen an undefeated playoff team in almost 5 years, Freak. It's really hard to win that many games in a row, and EG is coming up huge in this game. That initiation was so good by all of EG. Braum into the Aphelios Infernum R is what it looked like to me, and C9 didn't really stand a chance after that initiation. To know that this game went from about a 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead by C9 to now being only down in 600 gold, it's going to be really hard for C9 to come back in this one.
Yeah, this feels very heavily Evil Genius's favored. Backs against the wall. They need to win 3 straight to get that first sort of spot in the LCS finals. Otherwise, they wait in that championship qualifier, and they wait next weekend for their next chance at it. And C9 went for a very early game focused composition. The first 15 went well, and then it all slowed down. Now it's EG's turn. Turn it back around to win their first of 3. See if they can make that happen. If they can close this one out, and then go into game 4, and then go into game 5.
I mean, Bang is really, really, really strong right now. Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Hurricane, also healing reduction to make sure the Death Stance Conqueror Aatrox can't go nuts in any type of duel. And Svenskeren even has flash up, so if the wrong person steps forward for C9, Svenskeren is just going to get him.
There we go, turret's going to fall, down to 1/3, down to a quarter. That's going to be top lane tier 2 gone. EG get 4 turrets so far on the map. Niski playing far up to go for the wave clear, but he's not going to do too much. The minions are still healthy. There's a new wave reinforcing with double cannon. Inhibitor turret likely to fall. Sven can try to warm up the Rage Blade, but has to respect the rest of the possible damage. Getting hit down to half HP. He's got to be respectful. Nearly caught out right there. He's at 100 health. And Niski just gets caught out on the re-engage anyway. 1 for 0 already. Bang cleanses, kites away, stays alive. FLICKR gonna try as well, but everyone is peeling him away. There is no chance through. Vulcan gonna be kiting away from Kumo. Double kill already in for Bang. This inhibitor is gone. We're under 28 minutes in, and Evil Geniuses work back a 6,000 gold deficit and are already knocking on the Nexus turrets. A huge, super fast 180. Second turret's gonna fall. Cloud9 will lose the second game they have lost all year. Evil Geniuses strike in game 3. 2 more to go.
The perfect playoffs are not to be for C9. And EG, you mentioned it, they come up huge in this game. Bang is the one who ended up carrying most of the damage towards the end of it. But to me, the biggest turnaround of all was FLICKR having a big game. He's the 2019 MVP. He's the former jungler from C9. He had been almost feeding in some of the earlier games. Bad engages, totally no mid-jungle presence, but he actually found some very crucial team fight engages and huge ultimates in this game to help them come back from that 6,000 gold deficit and keep themselves alive in this series. 2 more wins, even though one was kind of was unthinkable, and they would be able to take down Cloud9.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. The late game scaling, or at least just decent mid game shot calling. They found teamfight victories, and that got them over the line. They got to do it 2 more times, be the first one to qualify for the LCS Spring 2020 finals. Now, for more on how EG took that win, the State Farm Analyst Desk will meet you back here after a short commercial break.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk and Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9, where Azale, we have ourselves a series all of a sudden.
Go.
Evil Geniuses, they just snatched a victory out of the jaws of defeat there against Cloud9 in the final minutes.
It was honestly so impressive. Only the second time that they have lost all year long. EG making them work for it, coming up with some clever picks, and able to battle back from a goal deficit, which, generally you get behind against Cloud9, the game is just over.
Yeah, probably. Let's talk about the strategy that Evil Geniuses came in with. I asked you what they might need to do to protect Kumo in the top lane. We talked about the Ornn being a powerful pick. Well, right alongside the Ornn is that always lovable tank Poppy.
Yeah, so they picked up Poppy, which honestly isn't a super normal pick in the meta right now, but against Aatrox, it's always been not a real hard counter, but a matchup where Aatrox can't punish it that hard. So they actually found a perfect pick for Kumo to play, and I thought he played it really well. And weirdly enough, Poppy is a hard champion to master too.
It's also actually... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say it's great into the fact that they have double early game globals that want to hard punish that side lane probably, and even if they did make a play or two up there, I think they dropped the Rift Herald and they took the turret. Poppy is almost impossible to knock out of the game, especially if you are more early game focused like this C9 comp was. Eventually she will get her items and come online.
Yeah, ganking is also very difficult when you're looking at Pantheon has a dash, Aatrox has a dash. Both these champions are going to be stuffed by Poppy's W. That's something that as a Poppy, if you can build one physical type of defense, right? Like it's armor or MR, they can stack that early on to prevent the jungler and the top laner from dominating you. You're going to be super comfortable in the early game and know you can't get exploited.
Yeah, but Azale, I want to talk one more thing here real quick. On that gold graph, again, we saw the game start very similarly to Game 2 of the series with Cloud9 getting out to a very dominant early game gold advantage. This time around, though, it swung the other way. So let's talk about that breaking point for EG and how they're able to find their window within this game to win a fight or two and ultimately take the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is the fact that maybe Cloud9 playing with a little bit of arrogance, over-forcing in some of these team fights, when I do think that AG was better set up to actually 5v5. You're playing this comp with Taliyah Pantheon that wants to be playing a little bit more scrappy, that wants to be catching people in side lanes, catching people, out rotating between lanes to an objective and things like this. And Cloud9 actually did end up opting into some straight-up 5v5s where you don't really get the advantage out of those ultimates. You don't really get the advantage out of the lead that they had built, because if you're going to charge straight at Poppy, she is going to out tank you, she is going to outperform you. And they had this massive Aphelios in Bang who was team fighting really, really well, and just kind of fought into the only way I think EG could have won this game.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of overconfidence feeding into what is now a confidence-building Game 3 for Evil Geniuses. Those of you on ESPN, we are going to toss you to a short commercial break. On the flip side of that, you'll join us as we prep for the fourth game of the series. But gents, if we turn our attention to that fourth game of the series, Cloud9 just took one of the biggest gut punches that they've had to suffer all season long. They've only dropped one other game, and it was to TSM a number of weeks ago. So let's now talk about the recovery for this Cloud9 squad. Azale, you cited maybe a little bit of arrogance or overconfidence playing into the loss here. Mark, do you expect this single punch is enough to kind of get C9's heads back on straight and for them to close it up here in Game 4?
Yeah, if I'm a C9 fan, I'm not terribly worried. It was a bit surprising to see, but that was a very early game focused comp. Almost every single position on the map is going to get outscaled at some point. It was surprising that they lost with a lead, because the only other loss we saw, which was against TSM earlier, they kind of were losing the whole game. It was maybe close, but TSM was outplaying them. This was another one where the kills were close, but the gold was heavily in C9's favor. And to see them then lose it from there, it was surprising. But they were up against a much better 5v5 team comp. C9 is not the type to ever back down from a fight. And so if they just reprioritize their draft a little bit more on mid-game team fighting, I think they'll be fine.
And we've spent so much of today talking about the top half of the map, including the junglers, but top, jungle, mid. Probably I want to now talk about the bottom side of the map, because I think, as Azale hinted to just a little bit earlier in the segment, Bang was a big factor in the victory here in Game 3. You see there a deathless game out of him and pretty high damage numbers as well.
I mean, yeah, this probably explains why we see Aphelios banned in this series up until now, and that was first pick. So good on EG for taking that as their first pick. But yeah, this is the key AD carry right now if your team has a star AD carry player. And EG Bang is one of their stars, who in the FlyQuest series was really, really important for them to actually win. And we were expecting Jizuke to be their big star, but Bang came out on that one, and in this game, Bang was really important for them and their ability to win the team fights.
Just really quickly, I've got to highlight the damage a minute difference.
Yeah.
So he was plus 411 damage per minute. That means that Sven was only doing like 200 and something. He's like tripling
on a
he's
Varus.
like tripling his damage output.
If Varus hits a couple Qs though, you're up above 200. He must have been. That is maybe we weren't watching close enough. Yeah, that must have been a rough game for Sven.
It is shocking, and again, it speaks to that team fight dominance that EG displayed in the latter half of the game. How explosive a number of those fights were, and how off guard, or how caught off guard it seemed C9 was by a number of the initiations from Evil Geniuses. But I want to talk about replicating the success in Game 4 from the red side, because taking that loss, C9 has the added benefit of getting side selection and has opted to go to blue. So probably where you talk about that all-important first pick and the priority placed on Aphelios, well, that's not an option anymore for Evil Geniuses now on red side.
Yeah, so blue side's going to get that first pick, so if Aphelios is open, it's probably going to go to C9. So I expected either to be banned or for them to force a trade where they open something big, the set, Aphelios, something like that, where there's going to be a trade of picks. But in general, the only good thing for EG on this side is they'll get the counter pick mid lane that they get to do.
All right, we're welcoming our viewers back from ESPN, and as you guys arrive, we were talking about Game 4 and the different factors that might make or break it. First, a heavy focus on AD carries, Bang specifically being a top performer for Evil Geniuses, but on the flip side of the map, how can they secure him a good matchup? You as well, though, probably also hinted at Jizuke, and maybe now the red side is where they flex some of that power. So, Azael, I'm coming back to you because this has been your guy all split long. Jizuke has been the one that you have indexed behind when you talk about Evil Geniuses' success. So let's talk about how he might be able to put them over the line and be the team to take Cloud9 to 5 games.
I mean, I think clearly he has different options, right? We did see him, we have seen him go towards things like Zoe and LeBlanc and these kind of aggressive champions where he's looking for poke and picks to get it. He also can play out to the side lane. I think it's just specifically about the matchup, not that he has to play one real play style, because red side to me is about counter picks, and counter picks, you're more heavily rewarded if you are flexible. If you have more ways to play the game, you're more likely to have something up your sleeve to really punish. So I think a lot of this draft is going to come down to, does Kumo have something to neutralize what FLICKR is going to show in top lane if you're red side, and does Jizuke have a matchup where he can get ahead of Niski and impose his will in the game? Because if you can get double soul lane counter pick on red side, then you have an opportunity to enable Svenskeren to get more done.
Mark?
The other thing I was going to throw in too is on red side, it can be easier to 1-2 your bot lane rotation if you find something up that you like a lot. So whether that's Varus TK or Xayah Rakan, some of these power bot lanes that people can find, I do think that could be another good thing for them. I know we were talking about how great Bang did in that game and in team fights and stuff with the Aphelios, but he was still down in farm again against the TK and the Varus, and I would just loved, please, if they could get a slightly better winning matchup.
Please, could I have a winning bot lane?
you see how important Bang is, and so if you can just get him a little bit of a jump start into the game, I would love to see them power pick their bot lane, and then you can still get that counter pick that Azael is talking about for solo lanes.
I mean, if Game 3 was any indication, EG has found their recipe for success against Cloud9. Now it's about replicating it 2 more times and from the opposite side of the map. We've talked about getting a good matchup and a strong AD carry for Bang. We've talked about ingenuity in the mid lane for Jizuke and playmaking potential, and we talk about a safe matchup for Kumo in the top lane to get him out of that lane phase and join up with the team. I know a lot of us here are hoping for a full 5-game series because it promises to be an exciting one if it does go the distance, but it's up to Evil Geniuses to win this Game 4 to push us to a 5th. When we return, we'll see if Evil Geniuses can snag that victory over our top team in Cloud9. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS 2020 Spring Playoffs. Evil Geniuses have struck back, and they have one game now in the best of 5, but it is still double match point for Cloud9. We'll see if our number 1 seed takes care of business, or if we've got the exciting series of the EG reverse sweep.
It is pretty fitting, Freak, how we were looking up the last time someone went undefeated in playoffs after game 2, just because it looked like there was no way that this C9 team could be slowed down. And wouldn't you have it, as soon as we mentioned the last time a team went undefeated in playoffs was 2015 summer, they lose. C9 loses. They're not going to have an undefeated playoff, so we know they are at least a little bit mortal. It took a lot for EG to win that game. They were down over 5,000 gold in the mid-game, and then were able to clutch back-to-back team fights to take it back. So now C9 has retaken blue side. There's no way EG is getting that first pick of Felios, and let's see if C9 can close him out.
Well, CLG's record stays safe, but Cloud9 can still make it a convincing victory here. They've still had the best 15 minutes of any team in the league by far. They get on the Varus yet again. Sure, it lost them last time, but now EG might say, hey, we'll take your Tahm Kench away, show us something different, and they still keep the Gragas in there.
Yeah, so they can definitely create a lot of threat onto Sven's Varus. You heard the analyst desk talking about the damage per minute difference between Sven and Bang last game, and it was over 400 because really Sven didn't have any impact in the game. And okay, they blitzcranked. That is not your peel for Varus. That is your we're going for Kench and trying to get picks throughout the mid game.
Yeah, and I like the idea of Cloud9 having more engaged tools, more ways to play aggressively. Yes, they had that with Taliyah Pantheon last game, but they faltered by mid-game, and so now EG say, all right, what can we play to lane well against Varus Blitzcrank? It's Ashe plus Tahm Kench. So we've got mirrored bot lanes here. Once again, a desync top versus jungle. And for those of you watching on ESPN, you are heading to a quick commercial break. For those of you online, stick around.
And last time we saw the Aatrox blind into the second phase of bans was actually last game, and the 2 bans that Cloud9 threw out was Renekton and Camille. But the Poppy actually showed a large amount of effectiveness. So if we're looking to see something similar from this round where FLICKR is trying to get as big an advantage as possible, that's what we'd see. But actually, since EG will have first dibs on whatever mid they want, if they opt not to counterpick, they're just throwing bans at Jizuke.
Yeah, I like this. The Nocturne ban continues on. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. I want to see a Poppy ban here legitimately. I actually want to see Cloud9 say, you know what? Like, I was legitimately surprised they actually banned Renekton or Camille. Because in what world does FLICKR lose that matchup against Kumo?
Yeah.
Of the 10 players here, and these are teams, by the way, who won their first best of 5 to get here, Kumo was the only player on either team to have a negative gold difference in the first 10 minutes of the game. The only player with a weak laning phase. Regardless of that, like EG, obviously we're still able to pick up wins. That's good. But I feel like if you're FLICKR, go ahead and take the fighter matchup. You're going to win that anyway with the caliber of player you are. That Poppy is still up though. Cloud9 preferred to ban away Jizuke. So the Poppy, who more or less neutralized FLICKR last game and tanked well in team fights afterwards, he gets to play it again.
Yep, completely agree. It's working in the favor of EG most likely to allow Kumo to play weak side and still be effective when it comes to the team fight phase. But we're really going to see the rest of the C9 comp come together here. They banned out many mid laners and now have to blind pick something for Niski. Niski's had a really diverse champion pool. Probably has to bring magic damage into the fold here, so won't be able to play a melee champ like a Yasuo or an Aurelia.
Yeah, seems like, I mean, unless you want a melee champ like Fizz or Diana, which again, I'm not expecting. Katarina, Rumble. This is the time.
Yeah,
Rumble, hey,
he's gonna Rumble.
You mentioned melee magic champions.
Yeah, that's the one. And it's technically a flex pick too. If they really wanted to throw Rumble top and let the Aatrox go mid, depending on what Jizuke decides to match him with. So let's see. Another tweak to this draft of why the bans would have had to be a little bit different is this is the first draft where C9 hasn't had a true answer for EG's split push. Last game, they had an overwhelming amount of split push answers, which actually made them vulnerable in team fights. But the Nocturne ban here, the Tahm Kench takeaway, means that C9 is actually the stronger team in team fights, and Jizuke might be unlocked to get a little bit more split pushing done if he can get to that stage.
Now, personally, I would like to see Cloud9 switch the locations of Licorice and Niski in this game. I think Rumble Poppy is pretty abusive overall. I don't think Poppy has good ways into the matchup. It versus Adaptive Helm. Everyone else on that team has a great time fighting her. I think also HS can look pretty good into Echo. You can at least get away from the stun cages. So the players aren't going to swap champions. I think that's fine. Keep Licorice in the Aatrox. He's got more reps on it. But I would like to see those players swap lanes.
I mean, it's definitely possible. It hasn't been something that C9 has really done any of. It's generally they're the team that swaps champ rather than swap player. Last year, CLG experimented a little bit with swapping player lanes in one of the, I think the third place playoff match. But more largely, since I do think it will be Niski in the mid lane here, this is a really interesting matchup because there's actually a lot of debate about whether or not Echo is a counterpick into Rumble. We had this earlier on in the year when I think it was PoE played Rumble into Echo and smashed. Earlier on in the year, though, over in the LPL, Rookie had played Echo into Rumble and actually gotten multiple solo kills on him. So there's definitely some skill matchup there. Echo can, at some points, match the wave clear of Rumble, but more importantly, if you can get into mid-game with equal items, Echo starts winning the side lane. So that's what EG's doing. Again, it's going to be about whether or not that mid-jungle can stand up for EG in trying to set Niski behind.
We have to see right away. We're going to have a pretty standard-looking early game. We have seen a lot of invades in these early games, usually late invades around, 128 in. You suddenly walk in and look for the play. Had a couple of counter punches at both sides, and as Blabber comes topside with Sweeper there, they could easily sweep this ward and go for the invade that we see him do so often.
Ooh, actually gives the experience and the extra gold over to Licorice. That's a smart play. When one person sweeps, the other person kills. You actually both get the gold for the ward. And let's see if Blabber can pull off something devastating on Svenskeren here, because Olaf is one of the strongest early game duelists in the game and also one of the fastest clears. So he would have an opportunity to really set Svenskeren behind if he can predict the right calls and take a large camp advantage in the early game.
I looked up, as you're mentioning mid lane matchups, I looked up one of the online stat aggregators for the expected Rumble vs Echo matchup, and its conclusion is Echo wins Rumble wins against Echo 1.3% less often than expected, which means that, even after calculating all the win rates and how strong they tend to be in solo queue, Echo does have a 1.3% sort of additive win rate edge. Which makes you say, okay, at least in solo queue, which is not pro play, don't get me wrong, but in general, at home play, Echo is favored.
Yeah, and early game, though, the Flame Spitter is pretty unmatched. So you can see Niski getting a lot of early game push, also knowing that his own jungler has swept out the red buff of the Gragas, so he's not worried about an early game Predator gank as of yet. But okay, yeah, I would agree that the Echo, at least in that sense, is kind of favored, but if you're thinking about what's the more common pro pick, it's definitely Rumble, so still fascinating to see what'll happen here.
And as we go through the very early parts of the game, we're going to have a small, quick 2-camp lead for Olaf. This is expected in Olaf against pretty much any matchup in League of Legends. Olaf absolutely obliterates the early jungle and, of course, got to steal away some camps. I'm curious how much more efficient Blabber can be as the camps are respawning. There is not a level lead for the Olaf. They're both going to be 3 if they fight for the Scuttle. The Olaf's reasonably healthy, but so is the Gragas, and as Blabber drops the wards away, he's got the Scuttle on the correct side. Since Niski's shoved in mid, no one's here to stop that Scuttle play.
Yeah, just tons of overwhelming Olaf power, but if Svenskeren can sneak in the right spot, he's trying to go faster than Blabber, but Blabber's here.
Blabber's already here, 3v3, decent damage on the Volk, has to go back to grab his axe, still could not find the slow, but they found the pull. Svenskeren has a flash afterwards. They're going to trade blows back and forth. Both teammates have very low champions, and now Kumo has to do the predictive flash. Didn't know if FLICKR should follow through, and now fighting the mid side. A quick shield for Nizuke, but Niski can trade right back afterwards. Takes a turret shot, but shields it, and wins that first trade mid lane.
Yeah, highly questionable body slam there by Svenskeren to go in when Blabber is right there with a level advantage. So I think kind of lucky to get out of that with just a flash burned is they're getting pretty cheeky with those trades in the mid lane.
I like that one, though. Niski got himself overheated, went into that silenced form. Nizuke said, okay, time to re-engage, take that trade, went well, lands the Q. He's got to be careful. Oh, he flashed to get the pullback. Needs one more auto and finds it. Ooh. First blood, 1v1 for Jizuke.
Jizuke, the minions almost kill him afterwards, but he stays alive for now. Down in CS because he's been getting shoved in all game, but knows he has the isolation chance.
He can be spotted, by the way. Licorice walked through the vision radius of Svenskeren, and Zuke realized a little bit too late. Aatrox's coming for him.
The greed at the end by Jizuke. He really just wanted to shove out the wave because I can't see the exact experience bar, but there's a chance he could have hit 6 there. What a hook.
He's ignited. He's running low. Snipe is gonna land, and Sven grabs himself a kill in the bottom lane.
Oh, man. Well, this game got interesting in terms of people trying to outplay each other. What could have been a really big moment for Jizuke, I think is not, because he still lost a big wave. He's only got 20 CS at 5 minutes, and now they might kill Licorice, who burned Flash to get that Jizuke kill.
Has nowhere to go. They coordinate it well, and finally a gank to the top side is rewarded. A great layering of the crowd control body slam, then the knock backwards. Now re-engage in mid. Niski has to respect the fact that he's a 1v2 back there. Zuki gets the shield, gonna stay safe, keeps the farm going, but EG have answered back with a kill. They are only 700 gold down.
They're still in it, as they are still in this series after picking this one up. We're gonna watch the solo kill one more time though. Level 4 versus level 4. Niski wants to finish this shove so he can reset, but he gets tagged by one part of the queue. Niski actually doesn't get hit by the return on the Echo Q, but still ends up losing the trade despite bringing Ignite. So you could see what a dangerous game he was doing trying to shove. And yeah, absolutely. Jizuke thinks he can get that Q and back away, but Licorice knows his flash ranges and gets the kill.
Blabber, ever aggressive. Actually, jeez, this is absurd. Doubling the camp count of the opposing jungler already, as Blabber has added the Drake to his repertoire. Level 5 versus level 5. A lot of XP, a lot of gold. More snipes down to the bottom side. Sven and Vulcan feel comfortable down here in this matchup with that kill. Sven has up the boots of speed, which has got to feel nice. And they shove in that wave and walk around.
Yeah, and the greatness of our observers to catch all these Blitzcrank hooks makes it feel like Vulcan is landing everything down bottom. He's definitely landed a lot, and that's making that a big point of power for C9's bottom lane, and is kind of pulling Blabber towards that side of the map for the overall control. But just like thinking overall, 1,000 gold is good, but EG's definitely still in it. I mean, Jizuke can get the split going on. I feel like Svenskeren is going to safely farm until level 6, and unless C9 can orchestrate a dive bottom here with Rumble Olaf, EG might be able to stabilize. I think we have a really big moment coming up if C9 tries to use this current mid lane push from Rumble and do something bottom lane. I guess they decide
it can happen right now. Yeah, I guess no big play being done right now. Waiting for the ultimates to come through, which should be very soon for the Cloud9 duo lane down here. Svenskeren and Licorice gonna trade blows. Of course, again, no flash get away. Gotta watch out for the rest of these knockups. Explosive Cask builds him some space, but Niski might come through looking for the equalizer, but they know he can body step back over the wall, so not gonna happen just yet. Jizuke re-engages, finds some damage on Niski as Licorice kites back, has already popped the ulti, and now back to the slow mode, gonna slowly make his way back over. Level 6 on both junglers despite the camp difference. Svenskeren able to walk away, pops the Scryer's Bloom to see what's going on. But that's still going to be the start. Nice pull by Vulcan. Shield comes down for Jizuke. Equalizer gonna miss entirely as he kites away from every single ultimate. Dances a couple of times, puts in the taunt, walks back in.
I mean, yeah, Jizuke doesn't even have to burn ultimate. And I think EG was losing this Rift Herald anyway after Svenskeren got chunked towards the blue buff. It is just a really weird feeling I have in this series, Freak, where we keep saying, like, oh, C9 is technically ahead on this play, but it feels like they could have been more ahead on the play, so maybe EG should feel happy about it. You know what I mean? Because Svenskeren didn't die on that invade. Niski was able to ult back to the wave to continue to keep pressure up, and C9 just hasn't completely run away with it yet, and this weak side Poppy is still unkilled, right? So they're scaling up in these important parts, and Jizuke is still even gold with Niski, so at least EG's game plan is still intact.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, it's funny because I agree with your point, right? To the one hand, we've been kind of tempered. We've been sort of given this Pavlovian response of, well, Cloud9 started a fight, so we're salivating. Here's the 3 kills. Oh, why is it not 3 kills? The bell rang. What do you mean? But at the same time, we just saw Game 3 where it was a 5,000 gold lead
Yeah.
and EG won. The scaling difference, not the same, don't get me wrong. The team comps change the texture of these games every single time, but anytime where C9 are not closing down on a 3,000 gold lead, you're like, well, okay, maybe they really are just slowing down, or teams are figuring them out a little bit, or EG are just playing better.
Yeah, and I've talked about this for a lot of the split, when C9 has been so dominant, and every game they have like a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead heading into 15 minutes. And I think the strongest part of EG's game is post 15 minutes, and how they're actually able to play the map, or even in last game, how they can coordinate and engage clean team fights. And the fact that C9 has been so far ahead in all of these games, you aren't sure if they're going to be as good in even games. And the people that counter me on this argument say, like, Jat, just because they haven't done it doesn't mean they're going to be bad at it. And I'm not saying they're going to be bad at it, but it's almost impossible for a team as dominant as Cloud9 to get practice playing games even. So, at the very least, EG is more practiced in even games if there ever is a world for them to actually beat C9 in the series. And if they can pick up this kill on the LCS, that would be huge.
Almost solo someone. Kumo, Sidespace Guard walks in for the point blank body slam, and gets that kill picked up. 2-0 on the top side, Svenskeren getting both kills. EG ahead in kill count, but they're under pressure down here. Vulcan is exhausted. Here come the teleport plays. Here comes the fight. Herald will crash.
Double
for
TP.
some money. There's a ton of burst, and Kumo burning down with Ignite, just barely going to survive, grabs his shield. Still though, Blabber finds a single kill, walks away from Zeyzal. Bane's gotta be careful as well. Next fight could come through. Equalizer forces the flash. Kumo will barely stay alive, but Niski is still hungry. He still wants these kills. Looks for the first slow, looks for the potential TP play on a Licorice, and he's pushing down onto Bang. Zven finds the snipe. Zeyzal cannot flash out. There's 2 kills picked up on the bottom side. All of C9 live. They picked up 3 kills. They got the plates. They get the turret as well.
Well, at least I got to say I think EG stands a chance in an even game, because this game is no longer even. This is a 4,000 gold lead by C9 when EG invests 2 teleports to make it to a bot lane play and still gets run over. That's just a disaster. So right in that fight, Blabber's Olaf was so strong, from the farming he'd done early to completing that warrior enchantment on Olaf, and what was a close game is no longer a close game. 3,500 gold lead for C9.
With bot lane turret already cracked, with double Drakes picked up now already, we're back to the form we saw in the first 2 games where EG don't get to grab anything early on. Now, I will say, top lead's been pressured. Bang gives himself a turret plate. The one was already grabbed by Kumo and Svenskeren earlier. He now grabs number 2 for himself. Licorice goes for a flash play as he's got to get away from Kumo and Jizuke. Puts down the chains, gets away from some of it, still finds the knockup though, but is able to walk away. Now the re-engage as Zeyzal is caught on the wrong side of the map, and he is simply outnumbered. Blabber easily throws in the cleaver, gets the kill picked up, and top is going to be pushed in.
Yeah, Blabber's starting to take over this one. He's going Black Cleaver as well, which I love, on the Warrior Olaf to try and extend the point in time where you're powerful and able to duel people. And he's just kind of running through Ashe and Tahm Kench at this point, so EG, who was stabilizing fairly well early, miss an arrow, kind of took their shot and completely whiffed it with the double TP bottom lane, and now they're suffering the consequences.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead. This is going to be really, really difficult for EG. We're getting to that 15-minute mark. We're already at that 4,000 gold lead. Question is, once we get there, can EG find their way back in? Vulcan goes to the aggressive play. They could find the stun, but they could find a huge engage. 1 for 0, the flash away, just barely. No, Blabber will still burn down. It's a 2 for 1 so far in Cloud9's favor. Evil Genius, sorry, 1 for 1, I take that back. They did not get that first kill as fast as I thought. It's been able to be disengaged. As the recall comes through for Licorice, he's not going to be joining this fight. It's a disengage. A 1 for 1 is not the worst thing of all time.
Yeah. Also getting the shutdown onto Blabber means there's more total gold that goes over to EG for that one. It's even better if they can stop that turret from being pushed, but here is where the game broke. EG wants to stop this Rift Herald play, so they just commit. Notice the Echo and the Poppy both arrived, but Poppy was half health and had no flash or ult from the previous fight they just had top lane, so instead of completely retreating, C9's actually willing to stand and fight, and they get huge rewards from it. Niski so freely just flashes over that wall to cut off the retreat path of Bang and Zeyzal, and then the previously killed Licorice can teleport as well to finish with the cleanup. So this is really where the game blew open, and that 4,000 gold lead still stands for C9.
It's going to look pretty good for them as Blabber starts up the blue buff, gets it a bit low, and says, all right, I guess I'll take it. I've got a Rumble and an Aatrox for my solo laners. I guess if Sven wants to come down, he can, but nope. Pure pure Olaf Power Farm. Group them together, throw your Q through both. The leash range allows you to sit both there conveniently without them getting impatient with you. So, pro tip there for the 1 in a million chance where your solo laners don't want your blue buff. And let's be fair, in solo queue, that Rumble still wants your blue buff. Just don't let him have it. And Blabber gets some extra gold.
For sure. That's actually a fun trick that I don't see enough people do, is the Gromp and blue at the same time. Experienced junglers definitely do it, and you got to see a good example of it there. Where C9 uses this Rift Herald could clinch the series if they can get 1 or 2 turrets in mid lane and really break open that spot to give no safe place for the Ashe and Kench to set up. I think it'll be big. Blabber, head back there, buddy.
No, they pinged him. Okay. Tried to cheat a couple of seconds. No, you gotta wait for it to spawn. You gotta grab it. He's fine. And I think
it's just tough.
I would almost summon it here, but I think they get it from the wave itself. No, they're gonna take the recall first. Okay. I think they're gonna set up for Drake. I think it's them taking the 1 minute recall timer and saying, okay, Mountain Drake is how we kind of secure this one, get on Soul Point, and take Mountain Soul.
Okay, so Drake in 50 seconds, Rift Herald in Blabber's hands. They probably push out mid, then drop it with about 15 seconds or so left on the Herald and move towards Drake. The way that EG is going to want to stop them is likely with some type of Ashe Arrow engage, because they don't have a flash onto Gragas. So if they can Ashe Arrow a critical target, there's no QSSs, there's no Tom Kenches, and they would probably like to try and burst out either Niski or Sven. Save for that, I think they would lose a river fight against a Rumble, and they're probably going to lose this turret before the Drake goes down.
All right, well, turret only needs to take a couple 100 points of damage before the charge does the rest of it. So there's the first couple of shots. Nice explosive cask.
No.
Gets the Herald back off of it and starts a bit of wave clear. Kumo and LCR are fighting. Kumo very tanky. LCR down to only 70%. That was a nice ulti. It does keep the turret alive, but it is a tool missing for the Drake fight.
Yeah, EG decided to play it a different way. They are completely conceding the Drake and not going for a fight whatsoever, and they're just trying to get more gold on Jizuke. The Gragas ultimate has temporarily saved the turret. If they can actually keep the turret up long term, this is a fine trade, because they're basically just buying themselves 5 more minutes and waiting until Jizuke can get to a point where he might be able to one-shot Sven's Varus, which is ultimately where EG thinks they have a chance to win the game.
Yep, and I would say, as far as intrinsic value is concerned, with that top lane turret dying, both running away. Okay, and we got an engage in the mid lane. A pull again onto 2. How are you getting away from this one? There's no way out for Zeyzal. Bang's gonna try. Jizuke is running for dear life as well. Big snipe lands. Blabber chasing in. Flash away from Bang. Possible stun for Jizuke. Gets the shield at least. Here comes the equalizer without Bang having a way of rocking away. He's got to go the slow way around. Blabber tries for action number 2. Can't land that one either. Fans beat for Bang. He's gonna get away. It is just the one for 0 off of a great hook from Vulcan.
Oh, grab the red buff on the way out. But yeah, good sidesteps from Bang, but a better hook from Vulcan at the start of the fight. And now that turret that EG kind of desperately tried to defend, they're actually not letting it go down. They're TPing in again with 2 people. Kumo and Bang are both coming in.
Jizuke burns the ult to get his health bar back up. Here comes the re-engage. Here comes the play. Niski's got to watch out. He's body slammed in. A rampage for the MVP of Svenskeren, at least the former one. We'll see what it looks like this time around. As LCR now has to run away, and it is a 5v4 in EG's favor. The health bars are low. The tackle forward. Kumo is going to be the one to set it all up. A flash, tongue lash kill. Kumo's got one on the board. EG get a 2 for 0. Maybe they can push something down with that map control.
Really slick finish by Kumo there. Heroic charging the Scuttle Crab to get into range to land a Q onto Blabber's altless and at the time flashless Olaf. And EG's still a pretty low chance in this game, but they're not tilted. I gotta commend them for staying in this game, trying yet another double TP play after the first one went so horribly wrong, and trying to make opportunities work for them. I mean, if this Drake comes up in 3 minutes and they're actually able to contest, they have an outside chance of pushing this one to a 5th game.
And they've actually shrunk the gold lead temporarily to 3,500. So over the last 5 minutes, they've kept it relatively flat. Yes, they've bled that 3rd Drake buff, but they've been able to fight close to equal.
Yeah, a bunch of damage goes to Jizuke, but he ults it away. And since one teleport went in Fog, I don't think EG was actually, rather, I don't think C9 was expecting all 5 people here for EG. And since they had lost their Rumble, they were down all their ultimates, the chase through at the end was relatively simple for EG.
Anytime of gold lead flatlines, though, we saw what it looked like in Game 3. Yes, the comps were different, but when the gold lead flatlined, EG got to mid-game and found better fights. They're at least finding equal fights. Of course, the problem is they're against Soul Point. In 2 minutes, Cloud9 has a chance at grabbing the 4th Mountain Drake, grabbing Mountain Soul, and giving everyone a pretty massive 300-ish, depends the champion, point shield to add to the health bar. That is worth a lot of gold. That is worth a lot of power. That, in a lot of cases, seals the game. EG gonna have people to fight for that one because before they've been giving that one up. Kumo and LCKR in a bit of a spat down here, but it's really just wave clear. Nice knock-up, but honestly, Kumo gets to feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, Kumo's actually really strong right now. The 102 only down 30 CS to LCKR. The Poppy versus Aatrox is the answer I bet they wish they had earlier on in this series. There's a little bit of tension here from the side of C9. They have a flashless Rumble, who, if he gets Ash Arrowed, could just get instantly killed. Svenskaren's really strong right now, with Morel and Omicron done and Flash up. So that's a big hook. Oh, man.
That's a stopwatch to buy 2 seconds. Astro's going to land on Blitzcrank, but they find the shutdown. Vulcan grabs it. Svenskaren's going to flash away. No cast for the disengage. Zuke might just want in, chooses not to. It's 5v4 on the map. That hook is giving Cloud9 a lot of control.
Yeah, I mean, that's Blitzcrank for you. As I'm talking about all the setup, Zeyzal gets hooked again. That's the 6th death on Tahm Kench, and that also burned his stopwatch, so unable to save him here. Fun fact that a lot of people forget is the Blitzcrank ult breaks shields. So Tahm Kench is not tanky against Blitzcrank. If Vulcan just holds his ult for when Zeyzal activates his gray health, then he's dead. So that's one of the reasons they're bursting down this Tahm Kench so effortlessly.
That's one of the reasons they picked Blitzcrank once they saw Tahm Kench. There's obviously like the one you can see with your eyes where he grabs someone, you grab Tahm Kench and get 2 foes, and you feel great about it. But yeah, you literally counter the primary tank mechanism with the gray health by just pressing R at the right time. And I mean, at worst, you can silence so you can't proceed either, and you kill him before the shield ever comes down. Kumo's going to find a tackle, but can't get much more. LCKR's going to burn the flash just as Kumo did. Now Jizuka's in the back line, can't find anything more than just the shield.
Jizuka might get a big ult.
Engage. Damage onto LCKR. LCKR for the plays. It's going to be the out for the jungler Cloud9. The top laner going to drop. Bang is safely hitting the backside. Jizuke might be ready to re-engage. Once again, we're 20 minutes in, and EG are finding ways to team fight with a 4,000 gold deficit. But Cloud9, of course, don't want to give away the Drake. They would love to find this smite. The problem is they're outnumbered. It's 25 seconds till LCKR respawns, and I believe he will maybe, just maybe, have TP back when he does.
I mean, EG playing the long game there. They actually let Kumo reset and let Bang run back to the wave, even though they had a temporary 4v5 and an altless, flashless Olaf. They're hoping to just get another fight in this area, even though the cost of failure is so high. C9 started up again. Let's see if EG contests.
You have to win the smite, but you cannot get this away. But they find the hook on Svenskaren, and they shut him down. That should be Soul, and it is. Vulcan is doing all of the hard work in this game. Cloud9 get Mountain Soul.
The Blitzcrank has been absolutely huge, but I have to question EG's decision not to just go for Drake after getting the kill. C9 resets up position, EG can't get their flank in order, and they burst down Svenskaren. Now with no jungler, EG's got to go. They got to stop this Baron.
LCKR is here, 5 versus 4 in favor of Cloud9. Again, they hook in the Tahm Kench. He's able to get away. Big stun comes in, but it's not enough. Jizuke cannot find what he needs. Zeyzal brings Bang to safety, but LCKR and Niski are still on the chase. It's 2 more kills picked up. Even though Svenskaren respawns, his teammates are still dead, and this is pretty easy for Cloud9 if they want to simply take the reset. Jizuke sees him recall, can't get the stun.
Whew, look at that bot difference right now. 405, 207. And then the 073 Tahm Kench. Zeyzal has tried his damnedest to get vision control down in this game, but the Blitzcrank and the Varus pick potential has just been so damn high. They have double QSS now on those 2, so even if Bang tries to fight back with his Ashe ultimate, it'll be turned around. And this is a Baron that C9, even though they have the smite advantage, doesn't need to finish. They're just looking to get another 5v4. Another perfect heat-seeking hook almost onto Zeyzal from Vulcan right there. And just because they have 5 people, Bang's low on mana, Jizuke did everything he can, but it's just not enough. And finally, you know, C9 look poised to finish off this series.
Seems quite likely here. It's not the same as Game 3. The comeback seems pretty far away from Evil Geniuses, so Cloud9 about to make their way into the LCS final. They just got to close out this game, and the odds are ever in their favor. And now we get to see Cloud9 shove down the mid lane. They're going to say, okay, we tried the Baron dance a little while ago, got us 2 kills, but now it's back to regular old sieging. Baron's there if they want it, but for now, flash hook not going to land for Vulcan, but he tries as hard as he can. Zeyzal brings Bang to the back line to help clear the way from the inhibitors over attack. FLICKR going to find Kumo stunned up, interrupts the ult. He's going to put that in 30-second cooldown, and Kumo has to wait around for the next time he can cast that one. Regardless, mid lane's cleared away. Mid tier 2 drops. Cloud9 grow the gold lead to 6,000.
And just like, think of the mental edge that having this Mountain Soul gives them. All of those shields on every one of C9 allows them to be so much more reckless with how they play around these turrets, because they were already winning 5v5s. Now they can just kind of, with reckless abandon, burn Vulcan's flash and feel like it's okay, and also start up this Baron, because the shield is going to absorb a lot of the initial Baron damage. I'm expecting a Scryer's Bloom from Jizuke really soon, or a Hawkshot. If not, this is just going to be taken away by C9. Okay, there it is. They see it, but I don't think they can make it in time.
No one's even close to nearby. Licorice clears the mid lane. There's going to be a stun to him. They're going to go for the play. They're going to try to kill the Aatrox. Cass brings them back. That'll at least be a 1-for-0. But Baron still makes them pretty comfortable. Cloud9 hard engage the 4v5. Nice Poppy ult sends one back. Go for the second kill towards Vulcan. They can't get him just yet. Blabber knocks down Bang. Takes down the bot lane by himself. 1 versus 2. Pushes back to Zuke. Stunned up. And oh my gosh, you're kidding. He can't even die. It's a 2-for-1 victory there in that team fight. Cloud9. They lost Licorice. Start the 4v5. Get 2 for nothing.
Blabber was truly an unstoppable force in that fight. He basically 1v3'd the backline as EG made a bit of a desperation play there. I actually don't completely hate it by going straight for Licorice. They know they can't make Baron in time, so they say, all right, let's get a kill, and then if C9 still tries to fight us, maybe we can win a 5v4. So right here, they kill Licorice. Jizuke's hoping to find a big ultimate. That's why he moves down and is waiting for C9 to come in, but he can't quite get the angle and ends up ulting nothing. Meanwhile, look at the right of your screen. Through the exhaust, the true damage of his E still comes through. Just blasts Bang, and then he takes on another 3 people. Pushes them all away. Sven kills 1, and I believe a Triumph heal comes in at the very end to finish boosting up his health bar. So 8,000 gold, Baron in tow, Mountain Soul, C9. This might be their push to finals.
Now the silver lining is, well, at least one of them doesn't have Baron buff, as Licorice died with it, but it's not really going to matter too much. Sven is going to take some alone time at the bottom tier 2 turret. That one's going to fall. Turret number 5 goes to Cloud9's way. Add more gold, add more map control. They're looking to now knock down a inhibitor turret. Top is the only really unpushed lane. Blabber, once again, is the side laner here. He's soloing in the mid lane, as Cloud9 stand 4 stronger on the right-hand side of the screen. And here comes the wave onto the inhibitor turret. EG going to be pressed to defend this one, but Sven really not taking any damage. And he doesn't have actually good defensive tools on his squad. He can burn the cleanse and that's it, but there's no one to really get people out of the way. Huge snipe comes in, and Jason Blabber just completely shuts down Svenskeren. Now the fight is on towards Kumo, but Bang is free firing, and Blabber will lose his life. That's a 1-for-1. Jungler traded on both sides. Looking at a re-engage potentially. Sven's going to feel safe. They're going to knock down the inhibitor itself, and they can walk to mid if they need to. For now, it's 1-for-1, plus a turret and the inhibitor dropping, and they might take the reset. We're only 25 seconds away from the Elder Dragon spawning, and C9 do not want to drop that one.
Yeah, I think C9 playing this one pretty safe. Blabber was hoping to end the game there after Niski's equalizer basically did all of Svenskeren's health, and now I think C9 is really geared up for this Elder Dragon fight. Death Dance completed onto Olaf. He also has a stopwatch that's unused. Double QSS, double stopwatch on C9 as a whole makes them very prepared for this final fight. And EG would need to get kind of a godlike ultimate from Svenskeren to unposition C9 in order to have a good chance in this fight. They're rushing before Blabber can make it, though, and C9 is going to have to go.
They're going to try the miracle play in a very, very brief 5v4. Can they make it happen? Blabber, you can see him on your screen running over to make this one happen. And this means C9 will fight full power. Going for the play into Zeyzal. Equalizer going to force Bang to flash away as Vulcan front lines. Zuki tries for the play, can't get much done. FLICKR is still holding the front side. Zeyzal running low on health. Bang's going to drop to the flame spitter. Niski's already on the board on this one. It's a 5v4 chase down. Kumo burns the flash. The next slow will guarantee he dies. It's all right. My life for Ire. I'll drop. You can kill me, but maybe Svenskeren will live. He's waiting over the wings. Vulcan knows he's there. Can't find the hook, but can he find the steal? Has to jump over the wall. There is now no chance to take away the Elder Dragon. This will go Cloud9's way. They will now knock down Svenskeren as well. He's going to drop. That's the killing spree for Niski. Cloud9, 18-9. Elder Dragon buff on. They're ready to end the game.
Yeah, you love the Elder Dragon animation to execute when people get low. Still long death timers, 10 on Bang, 30 on Sven, 20 on Kumo. C9, they're probably just going to walk these waves in and try and move the finals.
This seems likely. There's almost no chance to defend this one anymore. The second inhibitor is going to drop, and Cloud9 have the wave. They have the numbers lead. They have the Elder Dragon buff. They have everything they need to close this one out. First turret's going to drop. At what point can EG defend 3v5? And that point is never. They're going to try with their fourth member as Kumo comes in. They're going to do their very best. They knock back one. They hope to find some kind of a team fight as Kumo front lines. Equalizer over the top is going to find Bang, spit back out. The rest of the squad respawns. They've got all five, and they're going to try. It's going to be valiant, but it's not going to be enough. 3 quick kills picked up. Cloud9 going to complete the best of 5. They're going to take down the Nexus and secure that ticket into finals.
C9, 3-1. A lot of us were expecting a sweep, but we generally got what we were coming for in terms of C9 being such a dominant team. There were definitely several moments in that game where it looked like EG just needed this next thing to work in order to come back. But as soon as that moment happened, Vulcan would find a hook on Blitzcrank, and the game would swing again in C9's favor. So while I think C9 would have liked to be undefeated heading into finals, they'll take heading into finals. The final prize is ultimately that LCS Spring Split Championship, where C9 as an org has been in the drought since 2014, and where none of these current players have ever achieved an LCS championship. That's the goal, and they just took down EG, who was the number 2 seed, pretty convincingly. They might see them get in the finals, and C9's got to be feeling pretty good.
Cloud9 should be feeling good. They are sitting there waiting for Championship Sunday in a week's time for one final best of 5 to secure their first crown in 6 years. We'll see if that one can happen. But to break down that Cloud9 win and look toward the rest of the postseason, we're going to check out the State Farm Analyst Desk right after a commercial break.
Hello and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk following the 3-1 series victory for Cloud9. The top team in the league is able to get it done in Game 4, but that does mean, unfortunately, gents, the dream of a Queen's sweep through the playoffs is done. Azael, thoughts, though, on the way that Cloud9 tied this one up?
Man, they looked really good overall, right? You know, to be able to punch through 3-1. Yes, they did have the one flub in Game 3. I do think that a lot of credit is deserved by EG, though, for being able to actually take down Cloud9 for the second time this year is very impressive. And it also gives some hope to some of these other teams, and potentially even EG, if they can actually work their way back to the finals, that, hey, they are beatable. There are ways to do it. You have 2 games now to look at instead of 1 where they've lost, and maybe teams can actually start crafting some strategies to try to poke holes in the small little baby weaknesses they have.
Yeah, without a doubt, down but not out is EG. They still have an opportunity to challenge Cloud9 again if they can get through the next best of 5 to move back into the finals. But probably I want to hammer out what happened here in Game 4, because we had a lot of talk about what would Cloud9 do from the blue side in response to the loss that they had just taken against Evil Geniuses. It looks like early game focus was the answer. Get something aggressive for Blabber as well as Niski and just steamroll from there.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised with the Olaf and Blitzcrank picks. I mean, I think Blitzcrank into Tahm Kench is pretty smart because Tahm Kench always wants to save someone, but doing so means Tahm Kench cannot flash, Tahm Kench's movement speed goes really low, so it becomes really easy, and at the same time, if you do hook someone, it's going to pull him away from Tahm Kench, so it's hard to save. So I like the picks. The Olaf, compared to like the Nocturne that he's playing before, feels like a very different style for this series particular, but I mean, he went full AD Olaf and was just running down the Ashe, so it's like, all right, you did a pretty good job.
And that for me is why it's so like cool to watch C9 is they have so many different things they can bust out there like onion. There's just layers of champions that they're going to pull. And, you know, I don't think Vulcan played Blitzcrank so far this split. You know, we were talking about Ignar constantly about the Blitzcrank pick. And then here he is in playoffs taking it and being able to perform really, really well. And he had some nasty hooks that we were talking about where he was able to like pick the non-obvious target that would have been saved by Tahm Kench right away or something.
Yeah, every member of Cloud9 had their fair share of highlight moments today in the series. But I do want to talk about cleanliness here because while C9 did drop their second game of the entire season, as Azael mentioned, I also kind of want to talk about the cleanliness in which they navigated the series. Dropping Game 3 the way they did, having a number of times within Game 4 itself where it felt like maybe even Evil Geniuses was about to breathe some life back into the series. Azael, overall caution on Cloud9 and the fact that they seem to be playing a little bit looser, maybe?
I'm not really very concerned about it, to be honest. I do think that there are holes, and EG did show that you can exploit some of that. But that is just naturally, I think, what you're going to open yourself up to when you play as quickly as Cloud9 has throughout the whole split, right? You're not going to have like an average game time of 30 minutes and winning in 25 minutes if you're not actually taking some risks. You have to be willing to take fights. You have to be willing to go for those big plays. It's like Probably has talked about a bunch of times is, you know, all these plays where Nissi goes for like a flash Zoe Q and could look really stupid, except he never misses it, so he looks brilliant. But there are going to come those times where you go for that insane play, that risky play that you would say, what is this guy doing if it was anyone else? But they hit it, so it works out, usually.
I mean, even in this very game, the trade mid, where both mid laners are kind of flashing, trying to outplay each other, and Rumble ends up dying, you know, but like Cloud9 feels like they make those plays so often that even when they don't work out, they bounce back from it fine. Where some teams would lose confidence, like, oh, I just made a misplay mid, I'm going to play safe now. C9's like, no, I got to go again. I'll get it this time.
Yeah, taking risks feels like it's synonymous with the name Cloud9 in general, but Mark, even more so with our player of the series. This time around, going to Blabber in the jungle. This is a man who knows no limits, has no fear when it comes to taking risks, and generally, it nets him an impressive highlight play.
Absolutely incredible player. This time playing Nocturne the first 2 games. The first game was so good. The second one even better now with the help of FLICKR setting him up. Finding kills in the jungle, finding kills in the mid lane, ulting all over the map. Really clever ults a couple times, like for messing with Ornn ults and stuff like that as well. So just such a great player. And like we said with the Olaf in Game 4, a different look that you never know what you're going to get out of him.
Probably let's continue talking about this young jungler who now is really building a name for himself, I think. Yes, he's been a household name knowing what his peak may have been, but given the dominance that he's displayed over summer of last year and spring this year, it's starting to feel like he's looking to etch his name in stone here historically within North America among all the junglers.
Well, one consolation prize. All right, his 3 laners were doing amazing, by the way. But
yes.
Other than that, still being able to play things like the Nocturne, who's like notorious for I gotta farm until 6, you guys survive, and still being able to make plays is pretty phenomenal. The fact that he has Kindred, which not many people can play successfully because it's just mechanically intensive. You need good lanes. You also need to use your ult is very hard to use, so there's a lot of champions he's able to play that not many others can.
Probably I'm going to jump in here because it's time for us to say goodnight and goodbye to our folks and friends over at ESPN. Thank you so much for tuning in to this first best of 5 for all of you on cable television. Hope you enjoyed the crazy world that is League of Legends, and hopefully you'll like it enough to return tomorrow. Yeah, esports, baby. Get in, enjoy. The water's warm. Thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you there tomorrow. Good night to you on ESPN. Back over to us, gents, talking about this series and wrapping it up. I think I want to do a little bit more of a button-up on this Cloud9 and how good they have looked. So much of this split has been, I think, encapsulated through, yes, individual dominance. Probably you just kind of mentioned every single lane is winning, and therefore junglers look good as well. But they've done it while also bringing out new things. They've done it without ever kind of resting on their laurels, it seems, and on a single game plan. And I think that even continued today with some of their willingness to try out new stuff.
Definitely. I mean, they are a team that's always going to be flexible. They're willing to go for counter picks. They're willing to take these risky matchups and to also, it's not just about one individual player saying, hey, I can play Nocturne. It's about the entire team embracing that play style and being able to adapt their play style to that, to play around it, to, enable their players, whether they're going to have to sit back and farm or play really aggressive and try to push the base of the game. That is one of the things that the team does so seamlessly that I think is often overlooked, because we look at these individual guys and we're like, great, LCS, you can play Quinn and Ornn and Aatrox. Good job, buddy. And we kind of forget sometimes that changes how everyone else has to play around him, and how impressive it is that the rest of the team can seamlessly adapt what they need to do to enable their teammates to succeed.
Well, we continue to gush about all the players individually. I'd love to hear from one of them themselves. So it's time to head over to LaTigris, who's standing by with C9's top laner.
Thank you so much, Dash. With the help of the top laner before you, Cloud9 continue their pursuit of championship status. Now, first things first, while I know this isn't something that's going to affect the competitive approach for C9, it was really cool getting to see you clash against former teammates. So how did that impact your team's experience, even if just from an emotional perspective?
For me personally, it changes a lot of the preparation, where I'm trying to focus really hard on playing just like the champion matchup and not focusing at all about who I'm playing against, because I mean, having Kumo play under me for a year kind of like it's hard not to feel like I have to smash him or something. So a lot of my preparation was actually just on like, I'm going to play my matchup and that's it, and I'm not going to overforce, and like that's just how I prepared for it.
Well, speaking of you feeling like you have to smash him, the State Farm Analyst Desk shared statistics after Game 2 that were nearly identical from your performance on Aatrox and Ornn. So this consistent aggression, despite the differing styles of the champions themselves, is this something that you plan to always bring out, or is it sometimes just a result when the ganks come knocking top?
Personally, for me, I just try to play every champion to its limit. And I think that the Aatrox Ornn matchup is actually like a super even skill matchup, but not a lot of people play it that way. So I was fortunate enough to be able to show both sides of it today.
But we can't ignore what ended up happening in Game 3, Cloud9's second game loss of the split. So what were some challenges that you faced, whether it was going against the Poppy during the laning phase or the Aphelios and friends that popped off later on?
Yeah, the Poppy is kind of a weird pick. It's like this pick, you can play it into Aatrox, and Aatrox can't really kill you ever. Like that's the main thing it does. It doesn't push, it doesn't win lane, it doesn't even outscale, it just like doesn't die. So he didn't die. And the Aphelios Braum happened to be like really, really strong that game, and they like ran around killing all of us. So they were able to take the game off of us. But I don't know. I mean, it was just like we were in control of the whole game. We made like one mistake in bot river, and then it just went hard from there. So we weren't really worried going into the game 4.
But you and many other teammates have expressed in multiple interviews throughout the split that regardless of wins, you're always seeking to improve. So looking at the silver lining, is there anything from either that loss or maybe some other moments in the series that you feel that you can take back to the reviewing room and allow for that improvement to continue?
It's hard to look back at it like right after the game. I haven't even watched the games, but just from playing it, I think that we could definitely... I think we play a little bit like cocky sometimes, and we take fights that we don't really have to. So I think if we like clean that up a little bit and play more to the fights that we know we're going to win and where we like have numbers advantage and we're not trying to outplay a 4v5, then I think we'll look a lot stronger.
Well, hey, that confidence also works very well for all of you in many moments, and a lot of people do predict this particular matchup to also be the finals matchup. Do you agree with that?
I think it's pretty likely that this is the finals matchup. I haven't seen anything that's super impressive from any of the teams that are in the lower bracket, but maybe we'll see something tomorrow that'll change my mind.
All right, yeah, tomorrow we do have more games to come. Thank you so much, FLICKR, for speaking with me here today. And even though Cloud9 have technically doubled their losses for the split, they continue to float above the rest in competition. So more on the fight between our top 2 seeds. Let's send it back to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigers. But I don't know if we can talk about a team that in a single day doubled their losses. That just feels like an atrocious statistic.
Is C9 at the end of game 1?
But FLICKR is there. It's really interesting to get some insight into his individual preparation, and we had talked about the individual matchups and his dominance in them, and I think it lends some interesting perspective to know that he specifically planned with that in mind, that he needed to operate well within those 1v1s, and then to extend that conversation around what might be the finals matchup, and for him to say he does believe that that they have what it takes, EG rather, to run it back through the lower bracket and meet Cloud9 once again for another best of 5.
I'm super excited about it. Like, yes, EG did lose, but they looked incredible. All things considered, against what's the best team in the league. That win that they got did feel like them really punishing C9's mistakes and making their own great plays. It was not like C9 just hard messed up an early play and just fell out of the game. These were Drake fights that they were winning down gold. That's super impressive. And with FlyQuest having a great series versus Golden Guardians, TSM their long one versus 100 Thieves, they didn't look great, but we already know they can beat C9. Like, it's setting up a really, really great rest of the playoffs.
Well, we know that Cloud9 has just seeded themselves straight into the finals, but let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the bracket, see what Evil Genius's road to the finals looks like in terms of making it back up there through the losers bracket. We have FlyQuest and TSM, the 4 and 5 seeds, hitting your screens tomorrow to duke it out in a best of 5. Winner of that will move on to challenge the Evil Geniuses that fell today. And then again, winner of that final best of 5 there, moving on to face Cloud9 for another shot at the top dogs. Gents, let's talk real quick. FlyQuest, TSM, thoughts on that matchup going in. We had most recently seen FlyQuest with a dominant series over Golden Guardians, having landed on their official starting roster there, with Solo in for the entire series. Prolly?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, FlyQuest versus EG, I thought was actually pretty close. I thought FlyQuest did a really good job. And then the way they stomped Golden Guardians, they look very consistent, and TSM's match against 100 Thieves this last week was like really scary for both teams. I could never predict who's going to actually win at any point of the game. So going into this one, I'm actually pretty hyped for how FlyQuest has been playing, even though TSM does have the little, feather in their cap for, taking a game off of C9.
Azael?
It's interesting to me because I agree with what Paul is saying, that FlyQuest is this more consistent team, and if you're looking at average level of expected play, then maybe you're giving them the edge. But TSM at their best, I think, looks way better than FlyQuest's best, right? And that is kind of what you get with TSM, is they seem to be very hot or cold. The thing is, in a best of 5, you can have 2 really cold games as long as you're bringing 3 good ones.
They did that.
You can do that,
win, right? And that's the thing that is always in the back of your mind for TSM, is it's like, well, which TSM is going to show up? Is it the one that can take down Cloud9, or is it the one that can lose the CLG?
Yeah, Mark, do we get 3 hot, 2 cold, or 2 hot, 3 cold out of TSM tomorrow?
Oh, God. Well, maybe 3 cold in a row. Who knows with this team? You never know with them. That's the problem.
Oh,
maybe 3 hot in a row. I don't know. I'm just saying.
But that will make them consistent if they get 3 losses in a row. So
I guess
happen.
That's true. They end their split on a consistent note. Either way, I think you've hit the nail on the head that both of these teams have showed us very high highs and some fairly low lows. So it is going to be about which version of those 2 teams show up on the day tomorrow. Either way, it promises to be a very exciting best of 5, and that does hit your screens again tomorrow at 1 p.m. PST, 12:45. If you want to join us here for the countdown, I'm sure we'll have lots of insightful things to say, and maybe we'll make fun of Mark. Who knows? Just as an added treat. That's going to do it from us here, though. Now, on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire remote broadcast crew, I want to thank you so much for watching with us, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCS. Go wash your hands, stay healthy, and good night.